anything like that, but we are well on the road towards WrestleMania, and as we said, this feels definitely like a big event, and I'm looking forward to seeing if we are going to get Cody Rhodes tonight. I'm looking forward to seeing if there's going to be some twists and turns. Last I saw, there'd been nothing announced for tonight's show, so we still don't quite know what we've got in store for tonight. But I am obviously expecting a few twists and turns. I'm expecting some more from the Edge and AJ story. I'm expecting more from Becky and Bianca. Obviously, there's going to be something more with Kevin Owens and Stone Cold. So plenty to get our teeth into. No doubts about that. We are starting a little early here in the UK because I believe the clocks have changed in America. So because of the times changing in America, that means that we do start a little bit early here today. I'm just having a look to see if there is anything that's been tweeted out by WWE, and sadly not. There's nothing that's actually come out from WWE. There's a few bits that they have tweeted. Apparently you can get the Broken Skull lager that will be nationwide on March 16th. So Broken Skull American Lager is going to be available everywhere in the US, which is pretty... I'd like to try that. Broken Skull Lager, that's going to be available. And as well as that, there's also something quite interesting happening on the Peacock page. So if you go to... I don't quite get how it works, but if you go to Peacock, then apparently you can create your own superstar entrance, and you can do lots of things. Like there's they calling it a WrestleMania 38 landing page, which I don't really know what that means. But yeah, that's apparently all on Peacock. And if you go over there, then they've got some fun activities going on. So they've just got an image here. I'll show you. They've just got that image they've put out for Peacock. So it says create your own superstar entrance and so much more on Peacock's custom WrestleMania landing page. It's got that kind of old school TV picture of Hogan in the background. Looks really cool. So we don't have Peacock, so I can't tell you what that looks like. So hopefully some of you are having some fun with that. Edward said, two mouths. Cody Rhodes, yes or no? I say yes. What does that even mean? Two mouths, Cody Rhodes. Is Cody going to be on the show tonight? To be honest, I've asked that question on the channel. I've asked that question on Twitter. I didn't want to ask the question again. We have got some other news to get to. So for me, I'm thinking no, that he won't be. If he is, it will be brilliant. It will be amazing. I will love it. I hope he is. I mean, let's not get it twisted. I'm not saying he's not and there's no chance or anything like that. I'm saying that I think, it's not been spoiled. No one's saying, yeah, he's there or anything like this. So no one's confirmed 100% that he's signed. We're still a little bit in the dark about it all. I love that. I've said before, I wish that a lot of these things weren't spoiled. So, because it's not been spoiled, because it's not already out there, because it's sort of 50-50, because there's rumours that talks have fizzled out. There's rumours that they want to bring him in as well, and they're still trying, but there has been rumours that talks have fizzled. I am going to lean to no. I'm going to lean towards no, that he won't be there tonight, but I hope he is. And I can tell you, I did ask the question on Twitter. I can't actually see what the scores are on the Twitter page, but over on Twitter we asked the question, and the result, it's still going for another hour. We've had nearly 1,000 votes. Do you think Cody will be at Raw tonight? 53% of people said yes. 47% have said no. It is very close to 50-50. So if you think he is, he absolutely could be. If you think he's not, he absolutely might not be. It's all up in the air, and that makes it even more exciting. And honestly, I think more people are going to tune into this Raw as a result, because it is in Jacksonville. Jacksonville is the spiritual home of AEW. I don't really see a connection as to why you would put Cody out there and here. I don't really, it doesn't really do it for me, but apparently this is where WWE were looking to debut Cody. They would like to have him on the show tonight, which is why we've got, like, you know, quite a bit of talk about Cody on this show. But as I said, I didn't want it to just be dominated by Cody, so I haven't gone with that as the poll, but I'm leaning towards no. Matt, shout out to you. Matt Carney said, first round stoppage, Davidson, 7-year-old Emily Bonkhurst left battered. Parents say fight should never have taken place, and Davidson is unapologetic, and so he should be. So he should be. It's been sanctioned, unless it hasn't been sanctioned. But my guess is that it's been sanctioned, and so, you know, that blood is not on Davidson's hands. Although saying that, it also very much is on Davidson's hands. So, Matt, shout out to you, giving us updates of Jim Davidson, someone that I would gather 99% of the chat wouldn't have a clue who that was. But shout out to you, Matt. We've got some news that's been announced. Here we go. We've got Sharmell. You can see Harley very impressed. Okay. So we've got breaking news. Sharmell, as announced by Complex, Sharmell will be inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame. So you might look at the poll that we're asking and think to yourself, who's Sharmell? And also you might ask yourself, you know, why are we asking that question? It's because it has been announced that she is going into the WWE Hall of Fame. And I really wanted to know what people think about this one, because people have got very different reactions to it. So does she deserve to go into the Hall of Fame? And at the moment, again, it's very close. 60% of people say yes, and 40% of people say no. So it seems like just about people are leaning towards yes. Just seems like just about people are leaning towards she does deserve to go into the Hall of Fame. Film Nation BTS says, if Alexa Bliss went to All Elite Wrestling, how would you book her? I'm not saying I want her to go to AEW. I just want to know what your thoughts are, and thank you. Yeah, Film Nation, thank you for asking that again. I think it's a really good question, and you asked it the other night. I think, was it on the UFC stream? And it was just a little bit tricky at that point because we were bang in the middle of a fight. But I do like the question because I think that if she went to AEW, she would be a massive star, because there's really not much competition there outside of, say, Britt Baker and maybe Thunder Rosa. But Thunder Rosa is someone that I think is quite over with the crowd and popular. But for me, she's just not had any killer matches recently. She had that great match with Britt, but then the stuff she's done more recently, just something doesn't feel quite right with Thunder Rosa. Like, if I know there's going to be a Thunder Rosa match, I don't really lose my mind over it anymore, and I used to. I used to be a massive Thunder Rosa fan, but I don't know, I can't quite put my finger on what's happening with her at the moment. Just seems like bad match against Jade Cargill. It wasn't great against Britt at the pay-per-view. She have another bad match the other day. Another match that didn't really grab anyone's attention. So, I don't know. I just think if Alexa goes over, what with her ability to do character work, her ability in the ring, she's not bad in ring at all. Obviously, she's got a great look. I think like she would be a massive star for them. She could be, dare I say, a missing piece of the puzzle, because they've got Jade Cargill, who they're trying to build up, but Alexa has got such a such a passionate fan base that she would be bringing eyes to AEW. So it would be, if they could get her, it would be a great signing for AEW. How would I book her? To be honest, I would keep it quite simple. I think AEW have shown that if they go into characters, they can sometimes get it a little bit wrong. If you have a look at, like, what's that Alex guy that's dressed up as, like, something that Vince was doing in the Ministry of Darkness in the late 90s. I can't remember his name. Is the interpreter for Penta. I think he looks like an absolute fool. He just looks ridiculous. And House of Black are fairly cool. I don't mind House of Black. Maybe she could be like the female part of House of Black. You could maybe lean into that. I think she's shown with the stuff she's doing at the moment that no one's denying that she doesn't perform the stuff well. I just think the problem is that people are very split on Lily. People are very split on her having the ability to make Randy Orton throw up black goo and all this kind of stuff. So I think people are very torn on what she's been doing, but the way she's delivered it, I think people would agree she's given her all. She's a good actress. She does a good job. So I would keep it relatively simple. Maybe have her join the House of Black if you wanted to keep going down that dark road, and maybe that would just give her enough of an edge. Just an edge. Just to give us something to hang a hat on. Because you could do the goddess stuff, but putting her in with House of Black I think would be very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. So I would personally look to go that way. So I wouldn't, there's no need to reinvent the wheel or anything like this. Have a run through the low cards. Have a beat Britt Baker. I would get her to the title quite quickly as well. And then really it all depends on how far you want to push it. But I think putting her with House of Black could be very, very interesting. Could be very, very interesting. But booking-wise, you just have a run through a load of people first. Run through a load of people. Build her up to a pay-per-view. Give her some big significant wins. Have her beat someone like Serena Deeb, who is known as an amazing wrestler. Show that Alexa can hang with Deeb. If Alexa can hang with Deeb, that will send a big message out that Alexa is legit. Deeb, I think, is very credible. And I think if she was to be not out-wrestled, but matched by Alexa, then that would open some people's eyes. Wow, this girl can go. And she can. She has got the ability to put together some good matches. We've seen some great Alexa matches. So I would book her that way. Build her up to the title. I'd get her to the belt quite soon because I think she's very, very marketable. Very marketable, and she's already got it's not like someone that you're just bringing in for the first time. She's got a fan base that's there and ready to go, so I'd move very quick. So I like that question. Wrestle with Andy said, forget about Cody, will your dong enter the ring tonight? I wish we were all that lucky. Hasib said, do you like the WrestleMania card so far? I think it sucks, honestly. There's only 2 matches I'm excited for. That's Edge AJ and Brock Roman. Why would Drew Corbin be worthy of Mania? Lol, says Hasib. I think that the card could be better. I think that when the card was being put together, I was quite excited. I think Ronda Charlotte is fine for me. I like Ronda, but her promos, they're just not. They're putting her out. She needs a mouthpiece. She can fight, man. She can go. She's legit, but I really think she needs a mouthpiece. So, but Charlotte's great and Ronda's great, and I don't mind that match. Bianca and Becky, I don't mind because it's great. Storytelling connected to SummerSlam, the short defeat. Can Bianca get the victory? If Bianca beats Becky at the grandest stage of them all, that's a big win, man. She beat Sasha there last year. If she beats Becky this year, they are clearly all in on the Bianca Belair hype train. So I don't mind that story. I'm down for that. Brock Roman, they're building it. They're making it feel huge. Both belts are on the line. I don't mind that. I don't mind Damian Priest, Finn Balor. I don't mind that. Obviously, I'm not a fan of the celebrity matches, so I don't need any of those. And I would agree that Drew McIntyre, Happy Corbin is a bit underwhelming. So for me, that's where, the card starts to fall apart a little bit. But I think the top end of the card looks quite good. I don't mind that. Matt said, what is the optimum level of sports entertainment? I don't know what that means. What does that actually mean? What is the optimum level? What are the different levels? Like weak, medium, strong. I don't know. How do you categorize sports entertainment? Like it's actually a nonsense question that could be interpreted into a very interesting question, because sports entertainment is how far away from the core do you actually go? This is what I'm saying. Like, at first, it's a bit of a nonsense question. What's the optimum level of sports entertainment? Doesn't mean anything. But if you actually think that wrestling is the core of sports entertainment, how far away are you prepared to go from wrestling? You know, and that brings in the conversation about Supernatural. That brings in lots of conversations about lots of different elements, you know, cinematic matches and all this kind of stuff, like rules, death matches. Like, if the core of sports entertainment is two competitors battling to find out who's best in a wrestling match, how far away do you get away from that? I mean, we're getting scooter races, we're getting quizzes, we're getting weddings. You know, all of that is sports entertainment. It's not two people wrestling. It's the entertainment side of sports entertainment. So if the question is, at what point does it become silly? Well, then we've all got different levels for that, haven't we? We've all got levels that we're willing to go to. If you're a kid, I would imagine that your tolerance is pretty unlimited. You know, if you're a kid, I'd imagine that you'd be willing to just watch anything and everything that WWE give you, and you just love it all because you love WWE and you love Roman, and yeah, you know, I don't care. I'll watch them go to a theme park. I don't care. If you're an adult and you probably, you know, have seen a lot of stuff you like, a lot of stuff you don't like over the years, you might have a better idea as to where your tolerances are and what it is that you're looking for. So the answer to that would be that there are different levels for different people. Everyone's going to have a different tolerance. Shahil said, did you try calling Sami Zayn's number that got leaked? No, but I presume many people did. WWE would be prepared for that, and I'm sure that there would be like a voicemail by Sami or something saying, hi, I'm Sami, I'm not home right now. I'm guessing there'd be something like that they would have done, because they would know if they put it out there, people would call it and text it and whatever. So it's obviously not going to be his real number. T-Dog said, do you think she deserves to go in the Hall of Fame? Do you know what? It's really interesting, because for me, I would say yes if she went in with Booker T. But on her own, no. Because she came into wrestling, I believe, in WCW. I know her in WCW when she was like the Nitro girl, and like she did a few matches and stuff. But there's nothing in WCW that she deserves to go into a Hall of Fame for, right? So WCW, fine. Then she had a few matches, but as I said, nothing that's Hall of Fame worthy. Then she comes into WWE for a little bit. But what she's best known for is Queen Sharmell with Booker. Really, to me, I didn't see her in TNA. So unless she was doing some incredible stuff in TNA, the only thing I know about her in TNA is she had what a lot of people think is the worst wrestling match ever. She had a match against, I can't remember the other girl's name, but it was her against, I think it was like a celebrity in a match, and it was just awful. It was awful. I have actually seen that match because I've seen it spoke about so many times. And I don't know anything about her in TNA. But to be honest, I'm not really that bothered. I'm really not that bothered. I don't think that her appearances in WCW or whatever she did in TNA warrant her going in the Hall of Fame. The only thing that she deserves to go into a Hall of Fame for is adding to the King Booker character. So when she was with King Booker, I will admit she was excellent. She was excellent. She was right by his side. She definitely added to that character. She definitely made King Booker more engaging. In a way, it's kind of like Miss Elizabeth with Macho Man. Like, Miss Elizabeth made Macho Man more engaging and more relatable. And definitely, no, I don't think anyone would argue Miss Elizabeth going into the Hall of Fame. So I kind of feel like I'm a bit like you guys. When you see it and it's on her own, you go, what? But if she was to have gone in with Booker, I don't think anyone would have complained. If it was King Booker, Queen Sharmell, then I don't think anyone would have complained. But the thing is, Booker doesn't really deserve to go in again for that character. He's already gone in, so you can't put her in with King Booker, because that's just part of Booker T, and Booker T is already in. So it's tricky, isn't it? It's sort of a little bit tricky. She was only with him for a couple of years with the whole King Booker thing. I mean, it was nowhere near as long as Miss Elizabeth. It didn't have anywhere near as much impact as Miss Elizabeth. So, I'm comparing it to Miss Elizabeth because she added to Macho Man, in my eyes. And I think Sharmell definitely added to King Booker. But, not for me. Not for me. I think if this is where the bar is, then it's a low bar. I think if this is where the bar is, then it's a low bar. I'm not aware of anything she's done behind the scenes. I'll be interested to know kind of how they hype it up. They'll show her, they'll talk about the fact she was in WCW. They'll talk about the fact she was maybe in TNA. They'll talk, obviously, about what she brought to the King Booker character. But, I mean, for me, is this a Hall of Fame career? Like, this is the top honor. This is what wrestlers, really strive for. Sharmell, did she do enough? I mean, if Sharmell's going in, I really can't think of anyone else that... I mean, surely everyone goes in. If Sharmell's going in, then everyone goes in. Like, this is what I'm saying. Where's the bar then? Like, this feels quite low. This feels like a low bar. So I think for me, no. But if she'd have gone in with Booker T, I wouldn't have argued. I thought she added to the King Booker character. But, it's a tricky one. It's one that'll have people talking and debating for a while. Retro D-Man, shout out to you, says 3 months member, this year is disappearing. That's true, isn't it? Yeah, that is true. This year is absolutely flying by. Days, with Raw being 3 hours, is it more digestible if the schedule was watching from 12 till 3 in the UK instead of 1 till 4? It makes a nice little difference, yeah, but it's not something that I would... It doesn't make... I prefer it being this time. I do prefer it being this time in the UK. It's lovely. Starting at 11 rather than midnight, and, we'll be finished by 3 instead of 4. So, yeah, I mean, absolutely, it works better for me, but I don't think it's going to really make the show easier to digest. A bad Raw is a bad Raw, whatever time you put it on. You still got to sit through, 3 hours of rubbish sometimes. Sometimes it's 3 hours. Well, no. Very rarely is it 3 hours of good stuff. But sometimes, it's a good mixture. So I'm optimistic for tonight, though. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Right, wow, we're getting lots of comments. Seems like there is a lot of excitement for tonight. Do you think Umaga should go in the Hall of Fame? Yeah, I'd put Umaga in. I think that he was heavily involved in the billionaire versus billionaire match, which was probably the biggest thing at WrestleMania 23. He won championships. I think, didn't he get the Intercontinental? He was obviously around for a little while. I mean, he wasn't in for the longest of times, but I kind of feel like he had a good impact. So, yeah, I like Umaga. As I said, for me, the highlight for him would be really being involved in, the Vince McMahon, Donald Trump, billionaire versus billionaire, hair versus hair match. So that was a big thing for him to be a part of. But, I mean, again, it depends where you draw the line. Where do you draw the line? Where do you actually say this person has done enough and this person hasn't? Because you could look at Umaga and say, to my knowledge, he was never WWE champion. So, did he maybe just fall short? Was he just a mid-card guy that, had one WrestleMania moment? Hard to say, isn't it? But I feel like compared to the fact that, like, Coco Beware is in, and a few other people have gone in that you would look at and go, I kind of feel like he's probably done enough. If Cody does return, do you think the other AEW stars such as Jericho and Dean Ambrose might consider coming back? I think that they are done, to be honest. I can't see Moxley coming back because Moxley is a hardcore guy. Moxley is someone that loves walking in the crowds, being that kind of, bleeding death match. He loves, like, GCW and all that kind of stuff. WWE is way too family orientated and way too nice for him. So I can't see Moxley going back. If he does go back, it'll be to go in the Hall of Fame, because I could see him going into the Hall of Fame. He's a former champion. He was in the Shield. I don't know if he goes in just once or twice, but he definitely deserves to go in. He deserves to go in with the Shield. So I could see him going back for that reason, but actually going back and having like a run, I don't think it'll happen. I just don't think he's interested. Jericho will always do what Jericho thinks is in Jericho's best interest. If Jericho has a bit of a falling out with Tony and AEW and thinks, well, I'm just going to go back to Vince will always have me, then he absolutely could. But if he's loving AEW and loving working with the young talent and loving being like one of the big guys in AEW, one of the cornerstones and whatever, then he'll just stay there. I mean, they've got more freedom to go and work with other promotions. They can work with New Japan. They can work with the Indies. They've got a lot more freedom in AEW. So to give all of that up to go back to WWE, I think would be unlikely. Cody's seemingly only done it because he's had a lot of power taken away from him and wanted a better contract deal and couldn't get it. So there was clearly a slight breakdown in the relationship with Tony Khan, and so that's why Cody has seemingly gone. But it'll be interesting to see if Cody does go, if it does open the door for anyone else to jump over. Maybe it won't be those top guys, but what about a Powerhouse Hobbs? What about, a Ricky Starks? What about a Dante Martin? What about Garcia? What about some of those that are maybe a little lower down in the pecking order that maybe haven't tasted WWE yet? Because, to be honest, WWE is such a massive worldwide brand that it's great for your profile to go to WWE. It's really great to get a boost to your profile. I mean, think about the Twitter followers, think about Instagram, think about just brand recognition. You can have Mattel figures. Yes, you can have a Jazzwares figure made, but you can have a Mattel figure. You can be in the WWE game. You can go touring all over the world. I mean, they're just about to come over to the UK. They're about to do Leipzig. They're about to do Germany. Like, we haven't seen AEW doing that. Obviously, they go to Saudi Arabia, which has got pros and cons, but they are international. And I just kind of think that it's a big, big boost to your brand if you go to WWE. So for someone like, a Powerhouse Hobbs, you could go to WWE for a few years, boost your brand, probably get mistreated, but boost your brand and just end up going back to AEW a bigger star than you were before, which isn't the worst plan in the world. I mean, some people will say, why would you want to waste those years? But it's not. You're not wasting those years. You're introducing yourself and raising your stock. You're raising your profile. I mean, look at all of those stars that got released. The Billy Kays of the world, the Peyton Royces of the world, like even Tony Nese, and all of these people that were in WWE. I know of them. I know these names. I know of Swerve, because they were in WWE, and I'm not alone. People around the world know of these people. It does give your brand a big, big boost. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was some that came over, but maybe not that level of Jericho and Moxley and whatnot. Joel said, I'm worried that MJF is going to go and they'll just gradually destroy his potential with their garbage booking. Hasib said, if you had to predict who gets called up early after WrestleMania, who would you say? Bron Breakker's looking good, isn't he? I don't know if he's already up, but he's definitely looking like he's main roster bound from what I've heard, which I'm stunned at. No way would I thought that he would have come up by now. I mean, 5 months in NXT. I mean, it's crazy. He spent no time in NXT whatsoever. I mean, I find it crazy. So, yeah, really surprised at that one. Can't be long for Raquel Gonzalez or Io Shirai. I mean, I feel like they're just spinning their wheels. LA Knight is surely someone that Vince is going to like. I mean, Vince loves people that have got a good look. He looks fine and can talk. You know, he's got charisma. He's got good promo skills. So much you can do with LA Knight that I would imagine LA Knight won't be long for NXT. The only problem you've got is, are they going to look after them? Because look what they've done to Pete Dunne. And Butch. They've butchered his name. They've butchered his career. So that's going to be a hard one to get over, I got to tell you. Butch is going to be a hard one to get over. I kind of feel like Apollo had a hard job getting over the Nigerian accent and everything, and he hasn't, to be honest. He still hasn't, and now he's just off TV. And this is going to be a difficult one for Pete Dunne to get Butch over. How the hell do you get over Butch? Don't know. And that's the problem, isn't it? If you get called up, you might not even get to keep your name that you had in NXT. Matt Carney said, how good is AEW at course correction? If something isn't working well, will they pick up on this and then take appropriate action? Do WWE do this well? WWE just do what WWE want to do. I think they do get a little bit of feedback from the crowds. But, I mean, Vince said recently he doesn't listen to social media. So you forget it. If you're moaning and complaining on social media, Vince isn't interested. I think Vince's exact words were that social media can be a bit harsh sometimes. And so he doesn't like to listen to it. So, you know, they've got, obviously, ratings that come in for each segment. Vince will also, I think Vince just operates on really what he likes. If Vince likes it, I think he's under the impression other people will like it. And sadly, that is not always true. So I think that AEW do a better job of listening to social media, listening to the audience, listening to the wrestling fans that they're trying to cater to. And this is why you're seeing like New Japan people coming in. Tony said as well he accidentally misspoke about the Forbidden Door. He got the Forbidden Door thing wrong. And so as a result, that's why you got Switchblade Jay White for a little while. Because he wanted to make sure that, you know, he did, you know, get something that was Forbidden Door. Because, like, he felt that he owed it to the fans because he accidentally, like, misspoke. So I think that WWE do largely what they want to do. The thing is that I think WWE's audience is so wide and so varied, you will always find a section of fans that enjoy whatever gets, you know. I mean, it is very rare now that you will find WWE fans universally hating on something. There will be people that think the Butch name is fine. You know, every kind of comment I make about a criticism or something, there will always be someone that pushes back. Always. You know, be it on here, be it on social media, and that's absolutely fine. Because, like, I'm only expressing my opinion, just like other people are expressing theirs. But the fact of the matter is that the universe, WWE universe, is so big, so wide, so varied that you can't, to a degree, you can't go wrong. They can't go wrong because they just do whatever they think is right, what Vince feels is right, and either they'll get people that support it or those that don't will just stick with it. Like, you know, I've seen loads of stuff that I've hated, but I haven't stopped watching. And that's, you know, that's huge, isn't it? If you've got a business that's going to do that and has got that kind of support, you're laughing, absolutely laughing. Whereas AEW maybe don't have that same support. They do have a hardcore fan base, but it is only limited. And so for them, if they like make a mistake, then obviously people might be a little bit harsher. So I think they probably are doing a better job at correcting things at the moment because it's probably in their interest a little bit more to listen to the fans a bit more rather than WWE that have just done whatever they've wanted for a long, long time anyway. So, the kind of correction things I'm thinking is that Matt Hardy came in and did the teleporting. That did not last very long. Changing clothes underwater. That did not last very long. So they kind of really changed direction on that. Also, we're starting to see some secondary women's kind of feuds because there was a lot of criticism about the lack of women, and that criticism is still there, and I'd like to see them go further. So that's, I would say, still an area they could improve upon. But yeah, that's definitely something they could do. I think we're seeing some people getting pushes that the crowd would like to see. Getting pushed as well. Like, they're definitely listening to the feedback of the fans. But yeah, I'd say they're doing a pretty good job of listening to fans. And as you say, taking corrective action. If Cody does return to WWE, is he allowed to use his theme music, the one that he uses in AEW, because he used it for a lot of years now? I don't know who owns it. I genuinely don't know who owns that. I mean, I would imagine it's him. I would be surprised if it was. AEW that owned it. So yeah, I think he probably would be able to. The only thing is, though, why would WWE allow him to use it? Because WWE might want to give him their own so that they can own that. Do you know what I mean? They do this all the time. Give people names, change their names, change their music, all that kind of stuff so that they can own it. So this is, stuff that's being hopefully negotiated and worked out. Because we don't quite know what we're going to get when Cody does show up. I think we can be pretty sure that it won't be Stardust. I think Stardust is not going to happen. There could be a little joke in there at some point, though, where Cody does come out as Stardust and whatever for a one-off match kind of a thing. That would be fun. But if he does come back, then I'd be expecting it to be American Nightmare. I don't know. I just don't know if WWE would allow him to use that theme. That's the bigger thing, more so than will AEW, who I don't think own it. I don't think they own that theme. As I said, as a fan of the younger generation, I never got the chance to see Scott Hall in WCW or Razor in WWF as I was 18. I wish I'd given a chance to see one of the GOATs. Thoughts? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I can add to it, to be honest. Great wrestler. Underrated. I think that his character work in WWE was fantastic. That is underrated. I think his Razor Ramon character, those vignettes, the accent, the way he carried himself, oozing machismo. I mean, he was living and breathing that Razor Ramon gimmick, and it worked. And it was brilliant, and maybe a real shame they never gave him the WWF title, never actually pulled the trigger and gave him the big one. He was around when Brett was champion. He was around when Yokozuna was champion. He was around, I think, when Shawn was champion, and maybe Diesel as well. So, and at that point, he went, so... They never actually put the big one on him. They never put the big belt on the bad guy. But I think that his character work was fantastic. He obviously then went to WCW and completely changed the game. Him and Scott Hall, him and Kevin Nash going over to WCW as the outsiders is really what starts the Attitude Era. I mean, that is, if you want to pinpoint the moment, that would be a good place to start. Them two turning up to WCW, that would be a perfectly fine point to start. And then, from there, we get who's going to be the third person to join them. That turns out to be Hulk Hogan. Then Hogan says, "You can call us the New World Order." That's the birth of the NWO. NWO, I don't need to tell you how influential that group is. They go on to inspire so many groups. I mean, even Bullet Club, massively inspired by NWO. A lot of AEW is inspired by NWO and WCW. And so, Scott Hall has got his fingerprints all over that. All over it. So I think it does him a disservice to look at the fact that he maybe didn't reach the top as Razor, or, you know, the fact that WCW ended up going out of business, or NWO was, you know, a bit bloated and, you know, didn't really last, you know, it kind of ran its course. Some really bad moments, like, didn't he cattle prod Goldberg, and that's how Goldberg lost to Kevin Nash? Like, there's loads of those kind of moments that I think might just tarnish his reputation a little. But he is underrated. He is someone that when you write the history of wrestling, you have to talk about him, and that's massive, isn't it? If you was to write a book on the history of wrestling, you would have to talk about him. You would have to talk about him and Kevin Nash going to WCW. You would have to talk about the formation of the NWO. You'd have to talk about the Monday Night Wars, which he was a massive part of. You'd have to talk about the NWO, as we said. So, yeah, brilliant. I think I saw him, but I really can't remember. I think I saw him in '94 when WWE came to Birmingham in the UK, and I'm sure he was on that tour as Razor. But to be honest, I can't remember. I do remember seeing a Razor Ramon necklace, and you used to be able to get a foam razor that had Razor Ramon written on it, and you could have that in your hand. You know, like foam hands and everything. They had one that was like a razor blade thing, and you could get Razor Ramon. It was a great character, man. I mean, the good news is, last I saw, he's still with us. Last I saw, he's still around. They turned his life support off and he was hanging in there. So, obviously, everyone's going to hope that he can, you know, keep getting stronger, come back, recover from this. But we'll have to see how the next 24 hours are. But, yeah, they did turn off the life support and he's hanging on in there. So, brilliant. Asib said, I thought NXT was supposed to lay the foundation for the future. What is the point in it? I can't remember anyone who's had a good career on the main roster. Most of those guys have got fired. Well, I mean, Seth came from NXT. Sammy came from NXT. Sasha, Bayley, Charlotte, Alexa, Bianca, Rhea, all came from NXT. And you know, even ones that ended up getting released still came in and did a job. Rusev came in and did a job. Big E came through NXT. Big E, I think, was he the second NXT champion? So, I mean, like, there is a lot. Kevin Owens, Finn Balor. You know, the thing is that Brock and Roman are the two big guys at the moment. And one was really FCW. I don't know if Roman spent much time in NXT. He might have spent a little bit of time, but it won't be much. I mean, it won't be, I mean, like, it'd be the odd show, if anything. I think NXT started in 2012, like, in its current form. And I think they debuted The Shield in the end of 2012 as well. So the crossover is just months, if that. So Roman just missed it, but he would have been NXT. Seth was NXT. Seth was the first champion in NXT. So Seth was. But Roman might have just missed it or been on a few episodes. And Brock obviously has been around for a long time. He was OVW, which was before NXT. You had FCW. Before FCW, you had OVW. So he came through there. So even both of those came through WWE's developmental. Even Brock and Roman like came through developmental. But no, I mean, look, if you have a look at it, I mean, if you count on WrestleMania this year, how many people have come through NXT, it'll be the majority. There's loads and loads. I mean, Becky and Bianca both came through NXT. Charlotte came through NXT, as we said. Finn Balor came through NXT. Damian Priest came through NXT. Kevin Owens came through NXT. Sami Zayn came through NXT. Austin Theory came through NXT. So, yeah, there's loads. Why is it on early tonight? It's on early because they've turned the clocks back, I think, in America, or done something in America. So, as a result, it is an hour earlier for us, which I am grateful for. Daniel said, in hindsight, do you think Adam Cole made the right decision leaving WWE? I think he would have been given a name like Butch, and Adam Cole Bay gimmick would have been thrown away. I think that he has made the right decision for him, and so that's the right decision. But we'll never know if it's the right decision for his career. We'll never know, because I know Vince was seemingly quite high on Adam Cole. He seemed to like him, and I know Steph liked him as well. I remember watching a walk around at Access, and they went to the NXT part of Access. No Access this year, by the way. Got in. So they went to the NXT part of Access, WrestleMania Access, and she was like, "Oh, I'm hoping to see my favorite here, Adam Cole, baby." And she was like really into him, and I think he might have been the champ at the time or whatever. But rumors were that Vince had meetings with Adam Cole, and they were trying to work something out. So I'm sure at those meetings, things would have been discussed. Money would have been discussed. Creative would have been discussed. And Adam Cole felt that AEW was the right way forward. So I don't know what came out of those meetings, but I don't think that they would have given him the Butch treatment, because Adam Cole clearly didn't stay and wouldn't have accepted it. And I can't imagine Vince proposing Butch or anything to him. I think that they would have kept Adam Cole and the Bay thing. I think that's important. That works. Like the Adam Cole Bay with the crowd joining in with it. To move away from that and change that, you'd be changing a lot of his gimmick and his identity. And I honestly haven't heard how those conversations with Vince went. So, I don't know. We'll never know. I certainly can't sit here and say, yeah, definitely. Look how they treated, Bearcat Lee and all this kind of stuff. I mean, it is true that there's a lot of people that have been misused as they've come up from NXT, and he could absolutely have been one of them. But there's been people that have been used quite well as well. Sasha, Charlotte, Bayley have all been used very well. Asuka has been used well. I know all of those are women, but there are people that have come up and been used well. So it's hard to know. It's hard to know. As long as he's happy, then it's what was right for him, isn't it? Matt, shout out to you. Matt said, I've never been to a live wrestling show. Is the electricity in the air similar to that of other sporting events, or is it different? To be honest, it depends how... It depends. I kind of think if you've never seen it, then I think it is quite exciting to see the superstars live and in person. I think there is something really exciting about that. When the music hits and you're like, oh, here we go. I've been looking forward to this. Like Seth's coming down, or Ronda, or Brock, or Roman, or whoever, Charlotte, Sasha. Certainly if it's one of your favorites, then yeah, you do get like a great feeling. It depends what show you go and see. If you go and see a Raw, then obviously it's being televised. You know that what you're watching is being beamed all over the world, and there is something exciting about that as well. House shows are a little different because they don't have that, but they do still have the entrance music, the entrances, people coming down, and that excitement. It's just that the matches, don't really mean anything. They do try to jazz them up by saying, we're going to have an Intercontinental match tonight, a WWE Championship match tonight, but by and large, those titles aren't changing hands. But either way, for the kids, it's exciting. It depends, I think, on your age. It depends on how many times you've been. It depends on how into wrestling you are. If you're, I would say, young, never been to wrestling, really into it, you're going to have an incredible time. If you're a bit older, you've been a few times, and, wrestling, I don't mind watching it. It's a good night out. You're not going to get as much from it, are you? So for me, I think it's the variables. There's too many variables. It depends on a few things, like how much you're into it, how many times you've been, how old you are. But I think I've been. I mean, when I went when I was young, there was nothing better. If it was a day that I was gonna go and watch the wrestlers, I mean, that was just like my favorite day of the year. It was like Christmas. So, you know, when I was young, I mean, I was lucky I got to see Undertaker, King Kong Bundy, I think Razor Ramon. I remember Alundra Blaze. I remember Shawn Michaels. I remember seeing Bertha Faye. I can't remember who else. Maybe Doink. But this is all about 94, 95 that I was going. So, yeah, it was brilliant. It was brilliant. As I say, it was like Christmas. But then, as a kid, what are your expectations? You know, I wasn't going like thinking, "Oh, there won't be a title change. They won't change the title because it's a house show." Like, a house show didn't mean anything to me. I thought it was real at that point. So I'm not thinking, "Oh, they won't change the titles." I'm thinking, what if the other person wins and I get to see it live? Do you know what I mean? Like, you kind of all of that just. It is exciting. If you're young, it's really exciting. If you're old and a boomer and cynical like me, then maybe it loses some of the illusion. I suppose it's like going to Disneyland, isn't it? If you're a kid and you go to Disneyland, you'll be like, If you're a bit older, then maybe you'd be a little bit less like that. Do you know what I mean? As you get older, you just get more disillusioned. Tyson Kennedy, shout out to you, bud. Tyson Kennedy said, why is Raw starting an hour early? Cody Rhodes? Cody Rhodes isn't connected. Raw is starting early because of the fact that the clocks have changed in America. So I believe that we are starting early as a result. I don't know how long this is for. I like it. It works better for me, so I'm into it. But, yeah, it is starting early as a result. Cody Rhodes tonight, I'm leaning to no. If it's a yes, then that's massive. Massive. If it is going to be Cody Rhodes tonight, that is going to be massive. So I'm looking forward to seeing and finding out if we are going to get him or not. This is the show they want him on. This is the show they were hoping to have Cody for. So, as I said, you know, if he is there and they have got it done, then tonight is a very good chance that we do see him. But as far as I know, there's no reports of Cody, like confirmed reports that Cody's 100% going to be there. So we'll find out together. Gaming in Real Time said, does it start in 10 minutes or an hour? I believe it's 10 minutes. Clocks don't change again till November. No, sadly, I think as do, though. So in this country, the clocks do change. So I think that means that it might end up knocking it back to where it was. I don't think that we get much of a run of starting at this time, unfortunately, here. But I'll take what I can get. As I said, this works really well for me, and I'm just going to enjoy it this week. It's very welcome, because it does allow me to get more done after. I always find beforehand, like having like an hour before, it's an awkward time. You can't really get anything done. You can't really get stuck into anything. But, you know, having that time after, as I said, will be very welcome. So I think we are about 7 minutes away from the beginning of Raw, and very much looking forward to this week's show. Will we get Cody Rhodes? That is the question. Will we get Cody Rhodes? Robert, shout out to you. I hope you are well. Days, WWE has officially signed Roxy for NXT today, says James. Retribution said, at the end of the month, it will revert back to BST. Rotem said, what are the matches for tonight? It's a very good question, bud, because honestly, I don't know. Yeah, we are waiting to find out and see what is going on with Cody. So there's a lot of talk about Cody. Cody is definitely the talk of the town. I'm just having a look on WWE, and they've not tweeted out, in fact, nothing for a while. Their last tweet was 2 hours ago. So WWE not sending anything out in the way of an update on this week's show. So yeah, I don't know what we're going to be getting here. Matt, shout out to you. Am I picking up a Midlands accent? Matt, yes. Not Wolverhampton, but Stourbridge. So just outside of Birmingham, about 20 minutes outside of Birmingham. Well, 25-ish. But my family are from Birmingham, so yes, I've lived in Wolverhampton and worked in Wolverhampton. But I didn't grow up in Wolverhampton. I grew up in Stourbridge. So, Matt, shout out to you. Nearly 1,000 votes. That certainly suggests there's a lot of clamour, a lot of excitement for tonight's show. Nearly, I say nearly 1,000 votes, 760. We're on our road to it. 57% of people think that Sharmell deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. 43% of people think that she doesn't deserve to go in. So it seems like people are just leaning to, yeah, okay, that's fine. In fact, it's now changed to 56-44. 56% to 44. So she is definitely one that divides opinion. She is definitely one that some people are like, yeah, I can see why we're doing it. And then a lot of people saying, no, that's below my bar, if you will. So 770 votes is where we are right now. James said, WWE doesn't tweet anything about the show. That has got me nervous. Certainly makes me think that they're changing things lastminute.com because they would surely be sending out something. So, yeah, I think that there's been a bit of rewriting here. So we'll have to wait and see. I don't know. In a way, it makes it, for this week, a little more exciting. Because this is the week where we might get Cody, it makes it maybe a little more exciting not knowing what's going on. So, again, we'll wait and see. Fightful is reporting that during the RK Bro title celebration on Raw, it is expected that Alpha Academy, Street Profits, and Hurt Business are going to interrupt and set up a fatal four-way, says Primo. Okay. Media One Software, hello. Leeds United FC said, I'm very excited tonight with or without Cody. Paul said, I heard about Razor and my thoughts go out to his family. Absolutely. Vince rewrites everything and leaves, says Dave in real life. Shout out to you. Killer Shock said, you should buy WWE 2K22. Robert said, anyone that devotes their life to taking a lifetime of a use should be recognized. What does that mean? Anyone who devotes their life to taking a lifetime of a use should be recognized. Don't know what you mean by that, but WrestleBuzz said, if Cody does show up tonight and you're Vince, do you open the show with him? Put him at the open of the second hour or end the show with him? I would put him at the start of the third hour. I think having it right at the very end is fine. I think opening with the show is a bit silly because if you just bring him out, then all anyone's going to talk about is Cody throughout the whole show. Loads of stuff's going to get missed. It's going to be a bit of a nightmare. And also, people will go off to Twitter to talk about it and all this kind of stuff. So I wouldn't open with him. But equally, you've got to think about not leaving it maybe too late. I can understand, the idea that people will be tuning out as the show's going along and ratings going down. If you drop Cody in maybe at the start of the third hour, maybe you just get a little spike back for that third hour. So, you're going to get the Cody, people tuning in for Cody at the start anyway. People will tune in for Cody, whether he goes out there or doesn't. So you've already got your viewers that you're going to get. So I kind of feel like, don't have him at the start. Let the numbers kind of go down as we head towards the end of the show. And then just bang, pick it up right at the end. The only problem you've got is anything that follows is surely going to be overshadowed unless you've got a big final segment or a final couple of segments. So you might have to really stack that final hour so that, you've got Cody, but then what follows doesn't just completely get, swallowed up in it. The thing is, if you leave it too late, you'll get that spike because it's Cody, but you go off the air. So I can understand that you're not going to quite maximize the views if you do it right at the end. If Cody walks out at the end, by the time people hear about it, they can't tune into the show. The show's done. The show's over. So they can't tune in, and so WWE don't get the rating. So it's probably better for WWE to do it maybe at the start of the third hour. That way, as I said, you're going to benefit from the start. People will tune in thinking, are we going to get Cody? Are we going to get Cody? You don't bring him out. I don't know if there's a way of teasing an interview segment or something. Maybe that comes and goes. They've got a graphic. Why have they got a Razor Ramon graphic in memory of Razor Ramon? Why is there a graphic? Has it been announced? Has he passed away? Have I missed that he's actually passed? Or have they jumped the gun? Why have they pulling for you? Scott Hall will be taken off life support, yeah. Have they jumped the gun there? I don't understand. I'm just having a look now. I don't think people quite know, to be honest. They wouldn't do it, would they? They wouldn't do that without it actually happening. Just having a look, seeing what people are saying about it. People are saying, oh, it's official now, but look, WWE on BT sending it out. Everyone at BT Sports sends their condolences to the friends and family of Scott Hall. We will miss you. I mean, that graphic is there. And now we got this. Lance says, taken off life support. He's going to pass. But he was still alive. He was taken off life support, but he hadn't passed. Last I heard was he was taken off life support 5 hours ago and he was still alive. A minute ago. They've tweeted it out a minute ago. WWE is saddened to learn that two-time Hall of Famer Scott Hall has passed away. WWE extends its condolences to his friends, family, and fans. And that was a minute ago. That is a minute ago. I mean, they might have made a mistake and jumped the gun with the graphic there, but you ain't going to tweet out about it as well, are you? Unless it's a... So, I don't know, if WWE got the news on that. I'm still confused. I still ain't buying it. I'm not like in denial. I just find it a bit strange that no one has said that it's happened. WWE put a thing on screen and now they've tweeted about it. I don't know. It might have just happened. I find that to be quite a coincidence, though, that it's just as Raw's beginning. Unless it happened earlier and the family said, we'll let the graphics be our announcement or something. I mean, everyone on Twitter right now is just talking about how that graphic and the tweet have kind of confirmed it, and people are saying rest in peace Scott Hall and everything, but yeah. That was fast. Meltzer tweeted he was taken off life support 4 hours ago. Yeah. He was taken off support and was doing okay. I think WWE do get information we don't. WWE would be the first people the family would contact. Hey yo. Hey yo, says Kevin Owens to start Raw. Right, so we're starting with Kevin Owens. There's confusion here. Big confusion. Nothing. I can't see anything confirmed by anyone. I mean, I'm just going to read. I think what I'll do is I'll just retweet it. I'll just retweet WWE's thing to show that, you know, I'm aware of it, and you know, but I don't get it. It's kind of cheap to save the announcement for a show open with an exclusive. Scott Hall was my stepbro's favourite. I'm sad now. Well, look, Kevin Owens came out and went, "Hey, yo." Yeah, I mean, it's 5 minutes ago that tweet came out. I want to know what Sean or Dave are saying. I'm going to be honest. I'm still not completely buying it. Maybe I'm in denial or whatever, but I'm still not completely buying it. I mean, if that's a mistake from WWE, it's a hell of a mistake. The fact that it's still up, this tweet would suggest that maybe it's not. And as LSW said, maybe, you know, of course, WWE would be privy to information we're not. Check Sean Ross Sapp's Twitter. Kevin starts WWE with "Hey yo." Okay. I reached out to WWE and they said they have now got confirmation of Scott's passing. It is horrible news. Okay. So it looks like WWE have had it confirmed then. So yeah, Razor Ramon. Okay. Yeah. Crazy, innit? Crazy that that wasn't anywhere. That wasn't announced in advance. They must have. I mean, I don't know when it's happened. We'll obviously get some details on that. Check X-Pac's tweet. X-Pac's confirming it now. Has he said when it happened? X-Pac a minute ago said he's gone. Okay. Well, to be honest, anything that happens here is Kevin Owens has stunned the cameraman. Anything that happens tonight is going to pale into insignificance, isn't it? Scott Hall, Razor Ramon, Sonny, X-Pac's confirmed it. Yeah, the news is true then. It's been confirmed. To be honest, my first thoughts were that WWE had gone early on the graphic. So it felt like WWE had gone early. Kevin Owens' show is what we're getting at WrestleMania. Might as well change this background to Razor. That would seem the right thing to do. Finn Balor's coming out. So Kevin Owens, to be honest, I didn't catch that promo. I saw him attack the cameraman, but I didn't catch the promo. Balor making his way down. Yeah. What do you say, man? What do you say about that? I don't know. I'm shocked by it. Really am shocked by it. I think the thing is that if the news breaks online, the positive about that is that you have time to like process it. But here you don't get any chance to like take it in, do you? I mean, we started this show with under the belief that he had been taken off life support and that he was hanging in there. Apparently he'd been taken off life support for a while. I'd heard he'd been off life support for about 5 hours. So it's not like he'd just been off life support and that was it. Like, it was expecting that it was going to be, it seemed like he was hanging in there and that, he was putting up a fight. So I don't know when this has happened. Obviously, I'm finding out live on stream, the same that everyone's finding out live. And it's just awful, 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 awful news. I've kind of resisted talking about it, to be honest. Not because of it like making me upset and stuff like that, but more because like I suppose you just kind of hope that they will pull through, or he does pull through. But clearly that's not going to be the case now. And Razor Ramon sadly confirmed by Sean Ross Sapp and by X-Pac that he has sadly passed away. Why was he taken off life support? Well, I mean, I think he'd had 3 heart attacks, and the family had to decide, if they get told that there's very little chance of him making a recovery, or if he does like survive, his quality of life could be drastically reduced, maybe to the point where life even becomes very uncomfortable. And, the family would have had a very difficult decision to make as to whether to continue with that life support and give him, it would be keeping him alive, but for what? Because it might be a case that he's, not going to regain consciousness. It might be that he's alive, but he's not conscious. It's not like that he was actually, walking around and chatting away and all of that. He would have been, in bed, completely out of it, with his family having to make a very difficult decision. So the decision was taken to take him off life support. That was something that was reported earlier by Kevin Nash. But the latest update we'd heard was that he'd been off life support for about 5 hours and was hanging in there. And literally up until we saw that graphic, I hadn't heard anything to say otherwise. There'd been no reports that he's actually passed. The first that, I heard was that graphic, and that graphic kind of really took me by surprise. I wasn't expecting it. I wasn't expecting that graphic, and when I saw it, I thought they've gone early on it. I thought they've done it and made it because it doesn't look good, but I think they've gone early on it. And then they tweeted it out as well, and I thought, could that have been a scheduled post? Maybe they scheduled the post to go out right at the moment Raw started. And again, is it a case that it's true? But then, the news coming in from X-Pac, the news coming in from Sean Ross Sapp has confirmed it. So, yeah, I don't think there's any debate on it anymore. Horrific news. And as we said, his impact on wrestling is undeniable. You can't talk really about the history of wrestling without talking about Razor Ramon, talking about Scott Hall and NWO in particular. And he is his loss is going to be a big one. Taking someone off life support must have been one of the hardest decisions any family has to make. My thoughts and prayers to his entire family and friends. Was really hoping that he would push through, says Tony. Major hip surgery followed by 3 heart attacks. That is a giant mountain to climb. Thoughts with his family, says Rob. We're back from commercial break. Yep. has Finn been speaking, or is he wrestling? We've been at commercial break, so he hasn't been doing anything. He's just standing in the ring. So we do have Damian Priest making his way down. So I'm not sure if these two are going to be wrestling or if they're going to be cutting a promo or something, but I think people will understand if we're slightly distracted at the moment. As Damian Priest is making his way down. It's a bad take. It always takes a while to pass once taken off life support. You don't just pull through, it says Be Certain. To be honest, I don't know. I mean, all I know was that he was taken off life support and he was still around, 5 hours after. So it felt a bit premature, people saying rest in peace when he hadn't passed. How long it actually takes for someone. And plus also, you can't rule out them making a recovery. So I disagree. I don't think it's a bad take at all. You don't know. I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of his situation, and neither do you. We don't know. So we don't know what the situation was. He had 3 heart attacks. They decided to take him off life support. I fully appreciate that, you don't just completely go away straight away, although I'm sure that can happen as well. But to be around and supporting yourself 5 hours later, I would say sounded encouraging. So, I mean, look, did I expect him to make a recovery and pull through? I don't know. Again, I don't know his situation. I'm not there, am I? And again, neither are you. So, all you can do is hope for the best and hope that he can somehow pull through it. But, yeah, I mean, look, horrible news. WWE privy to stuff that we aren't privy to. And seemingly that news was saved for the start of Raw. I don't believe that, he passed away just as Raw was coming on air. I'd find that quite a coincidence. I would imagine this probably happened a little while ago, a few hours ago or something. WWE aware of it, and I think rather than putting a statement out, maybe just, putting that graphic in and having the tweet lined up so they can do it at the same time. Jonah said, I just don't see how WWE wouldn't do a 10-bell salute. The fact that we didn't see it at the start maybe shows how soon before this happened. Maybe we see it later tonight or on SmackDown. I think it's a bit up in the air, isn't it, as to who gets that, who doesn't get that, when would you do it, when would you not do it. It's WrestleMania season. WWE are trying to focus on other stories. I don't know. I genuinely don't know as to where you draw that line for who gets one, who doesn't get one. You're absolutely right. It could have happened close enough to the show that that wasn't in place. Maybe they do look to do it on SmackDown or something along those lines. But it's I don't know. To me, that's not really something I'm too focused on. I think the big thing is the fact that it's confirmed that he has absolutely passed away. I understand that WWE want to be the ones to make the announcement, but why did they keep it until the show started? We don't know when he passed. We don't know. We don't know when it happened. We don't know how close it was to the start of Raw. It could have been an hour before. It might be that, all day they didn't know what was going to happen. So it might have been a case that they just had the graphics lined up and it was like, look, if we get the confirmation, then we run with the graphics. I mean, there has to come a point where you make a decision as to what you're going to do. And Vince, I'm guessing, must have just said, well, look, we'll have the graphic lined up. If we get the news, we run with the graphic. If this had happened maybe a day before, or even earlier this morning, then, maybe, as the chat said, it would be a case that they would have gone with something more. If it's just being found out he's passed away, the commentators would say something in this point of the show. Larry said a number of wrestlers who died did not even get a mention. Michael said best way to honour Scott Hall is to donate to charities that promote awareness of blood clots. Sadly, very common after minor surgery and often fatal. Lee said, my mom was in a coma for 238 days. They said she can come home in 10 weeks. What, she can come home in 10 weeks from now? if I've read that right, that's fantastic news. If I've read that right. Finn Balor planted onto the Raw announce table. Ryan said, I heard about Scott's passing. Rob said, Razor Ramon's WWF debut was August 8th, 1992, against Paul Van Dale, a.k.a. Carmella's father. I didn't know that. I didn't know that he debuted against Carmella's father. It's interesting. Peter said, hard work pays off, dreams come true, bad times don't last, but bad guys do. # Scott Hall. Larry said, Umaga and Mabel, Big Daddy V, are a couple that off the top of my head. Draxel said, do you think we will see a tribute package? I think, to be honest, this is... I don't know when this happened. So, like, I don't know that if they've got one ready to run. I would, if anything, I think the whole wrestling universe is in shock. I think all this stuff is just not important, to be honest. I think, like, the whole 10-bell salute, video packages, all this kind of... that's not important right now. Like, I think people are still finding out the news. We've only just, 20 minutes ago found out that he's even passed away. And I think it's a case of, digesting that, and there'll be a lot of people, a lot of wrestlers that, are going to be quite emotional about it, a lot of legends that are going to be very emotional about it. I'm sure WWE will honor him in the right way. I hope they do. There might not be a video package that's ready to go tonight, but you might see something on NXT. I mean, don't forget, he was very, very close with the likes of Shawn Michaels, who's kind of overseeing NXT at the moment. So I'm sure Shawn would probably like to have something in place for tomorrow. And maybe they'll run with something on SmackDown, but I wouldn't factor in seeing anything tonight. I just don't know when it happened. I don't know how much time they had. And it might be that WWE have just run with a graphic. And to be honest, I wouldn't criticize them for that. I wouldn't criticize them for that, because the last I heard earlier was that he was still alive and around, and that was, as we say, 5 hours after they had turned the life support off. But so when this has actually happened, we're still to find those details. I'm sure it'll come out with Sean Ross Sapp and with Meltzer. I'm sure it'll all come out. A good video package is not something that should be rushed, says British Soundboard Pranks. I suppose they could close the show with a tribute package and a 10-belt salute. Well, if they do, they do. I don't think they will. It's not the kind of thing they tend to do. They tend to open shows with it, more so than close shows with it. But then, it's very unusual as to when the news has actually broken. I think if you don't get anything tonight, I wouldn't hold that against WWE. I wouldn't have that count against, them showing disrespect or anything, because at the time of starting this stream, I believed that he was still with us. So Corey said, I tried to think of the last survey he did for the crowds. He loved Razor. I'm trying to think when he was last on the show, yeah. I mean, I seem to think, was he at Raw 25 in the ring with the Revival at the Manhattan Center? I feel like that might have been the last time that we saw Razor at WWE. I can't remember if we saw him since then. We might have done. But I think, didn't he come down to the ring during the Sting match at WrestleMania 31 as part of that as well? I think 25, Raw 25 was after that. But I never had the pleasure of meeting him. I almost did, says William. Great Coltini, shout out to you. Chance for 27 said, I can't get into Raw after they've just broken that news. Matt said, Razor made being a bad guy look good. He did indeed. He made being the bad guy cool. And, something that I think a lot of people wanted to be. Oozing machismo and, living life to the full. That Razor character was brilliant. And as I said, his character work was so good. He really, really brought it to life. I think he was on a SmackDown with the NWO before the pandemic. Do you know, now you say that, I do seem to remember them sitting in chairs. Was it like a Kevin Owens show, a KO show or something? I seem to remember it being a talk show segment of some kind, but I can't quite recall what it was. Austin Theory looked like he was trying to interrupt and get involved in this Finn Balor Damian Priest match. Alex said, I saw an idea on Twitter. I think it's awesome. Have an annual Scott Hall Memorial IC title tournament every year. Dropkick by Finn and Austin Theory goes down. Razor popularized the cool heel. King of Wrestling said WrestleMania 37. WrestleMania 37. 2, 3. Damian Priest wins thanks to a distraction from Austin Theory. Adam said Man United Atletico tomorrow. Yeah, we will be doing that. WWE just released a full statement. Okay, let's have a little look at that. Let's have a little look. WWE is saddened to learn that two-time Hall of Fame Scott Hall has passed away. WWE extends condolences to Hall's friends, family, and fans. WWE is saddened to learn that two-time WWE Hall of Famer Scott Hall has passed away. A hugely influential superstar, Hall began his career in 1984, performing with various organizations across the country before joining WCW in 1991 as the Diamond Stud. In 92, Hall signed with WWE and introduced fans all over the world to the character of Razor Ramon, becoming a 4-time Intercontinental Champion and one of the most enduring personas of WWE's new generation. He participated in memorable rivalries against Kevin Nash, Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, and countless others, with his 2 ladder matches against Michaels at WrestleMania 10 and SummerSlam 95, both being considered all-time classics by fans and industry insiders alike. In 96, Hall rejoined WCW and joined Kevin Nash and Hulk Hogan as founding members of the NWO, revolutionizing the sports entertainment industry and ushering in the Monday Night Wars. Also after retiring from the ring, Hall capped off a one-of-a-kind career by being inducted into the Hall of Fame as Razor Ramon in 2014 and again as a member of the NWO in 2020. WWE extends its condolences to Hall's family, friends, and fans. So there is all the confirmation. Amos is making his way out. Austin Theory attacking Balor after. And Amos making his way down to the ring. Born in Nigeria, Amos. So we have had Austin Theory interrupting Finn Balor, distracting Balor, then attacking Balor. Okay, so that was just a little retrospective on his career. But it's going to be Amos against Commander Aziz. So Amos versus Commander Aziz. Did you hear the Cody chants when Seth was on screen? I think Cody will show up tonight, says Aaron. I think WWE will debut Cody tonight, but then realise that would be overshadowed by Scott Hall, and that's a last-minute change that was made. Edward said, I don't know much about Razor, but wasn't his Razor gimmick like Scarface, but not really Scarface? Yes. It was very much inspired by that, yes. And those vignettes, those early vignettes before he debuted are legendary. Him in the shirt and everything. I mean, Mattel even made a Mattel figure of him in one of the shirts. that he wore, I think, in one of those vignettes. They are brilliant. Some of the best kind of pre-superstar join-in vignettes. They are great. Breaking news, AEW has re-signed Cody, says Rodney. Scott Hall has passed and it came up on breaking news. Corey said, when I was younger, big man matches used to be dream matches, but as I've got older, I realised most big man versus big man matches suck. I thought we were doing this match at WrestleMania. What, Amos against Commander Aziz? I can't say I've heard that. I know this isn't the right time, but MJF, Jade Cargill, Britt Baker, Darby Allin ever go into WWE personally? What, will all of them go to WWE? I mean, like, one or two might, but I can see AEW being around for a long time, and I can see them all playing big parts in AEW. I think they've got everything they need in AEW, and they've got a fan base there. I don't know that there's much that's going to appeal to them. I mean, it's kind of like being in the 90s saying, do you think Diamond Dallas Page will go to WWE? Do you think Goldberg will go to WWE? Do you think Jericho or Rey Mysterio will go to WWE? Like, actually, all of them end up going, but a lot of them only because WCW went out of business. What happened if WCW didn't go out of business? Would they have gone? Some would, some wouldn't. So, just based on that, I'm going to say that, yeah, there will be some that go for AEW to WWE. Some will get frustrated at how they're being booked. They'll feel that others are being booked better. They'll feel they're not getting quite the opportunities they think they deserve. The grass often looks greener on the other side. So some will definitely move and switch. But some will obviously stay where they are. So yeah, I think some might and some will stay. People are saying Scott Hall is alive after the machine was turned off. My understanding is he was apparently for 5 hours or so, and certainly the news when we started the stream hadn't come through that he'd passed away. So we were waiting to find out how it was going to, play out, what was happening. And WWE broke the news at the start of the show. I just saw Cody's tweet. He's going to come back to face Seth. Cody is returning tonight. You can tell by the Seth Rollins promo. We're going to have Seth Cody at WrestleMania 38, said Tyson. Does a life expectancy of a wrestler always get cut short? Because I feel a lot of legends are passing away before 65 with health conditions taking a hit. Well, I don't think he was much stranger to taking substances, to be honest, and I doubt that helped. I think life on the road at that time was very difficult. Very difficult. I think it's a bit easier now. I don't know by how much easier, but I think it's a bit easier. But certainly, back then it was work hard, play hard. They'd often be, look at Jake. Quite a few superstars from that time, as you said, have sadly passed away. I think there was a lot of substances that were being used, and he's managed to get through to 2020. I mean, I don't know how old he was when he passed away, but to be honest, I mean he's not done too bad compared to a lot of other people from that era. We don't have Yokozuna, we don't have the Big Boss Man, we don't have British Bulldog, you can go down a list, a long list of people that are sadly no longer with us from the 90s, late 80s, early 90s. But, yeah, it was hard. It was a hard life being on the road. And, I think Jake said that, you needed things to wake you up in the morning. You needed things to put you to sleep. You needed things to numb the pain. You just had to take stuff. It was just part of life on the road. Stone Cold 10X said, I was always preferred Razor, but I do remember seeing Scott Hall debut on Nitro when I was about 6 years old. He's he means a lot to a lot of different people. I mean, like, there'll be... I feel like all wrestling fans are going to be devastated at this news. I think he even might have, and I could be wrong, but did he do a little something in New Japan? I remember seeing some pictures of him over in Japan, but I don't know if it was New Japan. I don't think he was there for long if he was. NWA, AWA, WCW, New Japan. New Japan in 1990. Shortly after Hall joined New Japan, teaming with Larry Cameron and defeating a team made up of Kobayashi in 1990. He wrestled numerous times, facing a diverse group of opponents, including Bam Bam Bigelow, Nord the Barbarian, Great Muta. So, yeah, he kind of went... He was over in Japan, but not for long. Just doing the rounds, really. He was in AWA as well. AWA between 85 and 89 as Magnum Scott Hall. Amos has got Aziz up and slams him down. Miss Clown 1 said, R.I.P. Scott, I will be quiet as this one has hit me quite hard. Yep. Miss Clown, shout out to you. Scott had surgery for his hip. He had a blood clot travel to the heart. That's something that could happen to anyone. Many have died before Scott. Eddie Guerrero died at the age of 38. Amos picking up Apollo, dragging him into the ring. Picks up Apollo and slams him down. Joaquin said, have you seen the Razor documentary? It's very sad. I mean, I can't recall, to be honest. If it's on the network, then I may have seen it. I would have seen it. But I can't recall specifically seeing one. But then I've seen... I feel like I just... I don't know. The honest answer is I don't know. I love documentaries, and I've seen tons, and I've seen loads of like his key moments, and a lot of that could have been from a documentary. So I absolutely could have seen it. Is it on the network? If it's on the network, then I would urge people check that out. KD Dillard said, "How do you feel about NXT and WrestleMania on the same day?" I think it's a bit silly, to be honest. I think that the one thing I love about WrestleMania being 2 days is the fact that we get to not get burnt out by it. And instead, what we're doing now is we're bolting an NXT onto it as well. So now, not only are we going to be a bit burnt out for day one of WrestleMania, because we would have watched a show earlier in the day, but then you've got a second day coming up as well. I mean, it's a lot of stuff. I mean, in a way, it's great for us because we'll be here and we'll be streaming and we'll be covering it all. But, yeah, it's not what I would do personally. Right, we've got Seth backstage, and we've got Kevin Owens talking to Seth. Seth is being very quiet. He seems very sad at the fact that he's not going to be involved at WrestleMania. Look, Kevin Owens says, look, we're best friends. Let's think outside the box. Let's build something for you. Seth has got an idea. Kevin Owens said, I think I helped. Right, Liv Morgan is coming out. Wrestle with Andy said, R.I.P. When I picture the IC title, the first image I think of is Razor Ramon. Right, we've got Liv and Rhea Ripley. Oh, is it just Liv on her own? Right, Liv is in the ring. It is just Liv on her own. Liv with Queen Zelina. So we've had nearly 1,500 votes. Might as well get rid of that poll about Sharmell. And we'll see if people have changed their mind at all about Cody. We might as well just get a read of the room. Will Cody return tonight? I mean, there's clearly something happening with Seth, but that really doesn't mean that it's Cody. I mean, like, what Seth isn't going to think to himself, oh, I know, I'm going to go and get Cody. So, I think there's a different plan for Seth right now, but could Cody interrupt it? So, does Sharmell deserve to be in the Hall of Fame? 55% of people say yes. 44% of people say no. I saw an idea on Twitter. I think it's also... Oh, we read that one. Alex, shout out to you. Gary said Vince basically had to get on his knees and beg Cody to sign a contract. Scott worked with a very young Tanahashi and said after the match the kid is unreal, and he was right. KO with another Scott Hall tribute. Tough days don't last, but tough guys do. He just altered it a little without saying tough, not bad. I don't know what's next for Amos. Will be Commander Aziz. How about Viper Randy Orton or Seth Rollins? I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do with him. He's not very engaging. He doesn't have much charisma. Don't know. They'll have to just find a little feud for him in the short term, but he's starting to run out of opponents, isn't he? So, for sure, Cody is returning tonight. One architect versus another. Channel name said, in honor of Hall, they should get Razor-like character in WWE. How do you think they'll get Amos onto the WrestleMania cards? I don't know if they're going to do the Andre Battle Royal, but that would be the most obvious place to put him. Put him in the Andre the Giant Battle Royal. If they're not going to do that, you can just chuck him in there on a pre-show against anyone. Just give him a big squash win. You know, a WrestleMania card, have him go out there, chuck someone around, have him look like a destructive force. I don't think at this stage, with, you know, a few weeks to go, that there's really much you can do. It feels like the title matches are, you know, pretty much where they need to be. You know, it seems like it's going to be Damian Priest and Finn. Maybe, we know that Austin has got a WrestleMania match lined up, so him getting involved here is, I suppose, a bit interesting. But it doesn't feel like Amos is involved in that mid-card title feud. He's certainly not involved in the main title feud. He's not involved in the tag title picture, so he's away from all the belts. So the only thing you can really do is give him a feud, like, you know, have him go after someone. And honestly, I don't know who that's going to be. Could be anyone, literally anyone. Anyone that's not on the card that they want to get onto the card. Just give him a squash win on a pre-show or something. I think we are drastically running out of opponents, aren't we? Amos versus Via, says Cody. That'd be fun. The only problem you've got with that is both need to win. That's the only problem. Like, you can't have Via really losing such a big, high-profile match. And would you want Amos losing? So, the problem is someone would have to lose. Watch Razor's WWF debut. The Razor Edge was unlike any finisher ever. The crowd were stunned, said Cliff Beavers. Perfect moment for Cody's return would have been in a Dusty Rhodes Tag Classic, says Shoggoth. Top Tier said many fans who didn't watch wrestling started because of the NWO. Scott Hall was a game changer. Jamie said, Days, maybe it's going to be Seth versus Braun at Mania for the NXT title. That would be interesting. Yeah, the only thing is, I suppose you could do it on day 2, but on day 1, we've got the NXT show. So I don't know what the plans are for Braun. He's not got the belt right now. Dolph has. Dolph won the belt. So, here's Queen Zelina. Queen Zelina making her way out. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you do with Bron Breakker. If he wins it at Stand and Deliver and then Seth arrives and challenges him to a Day 2 match for the title, then, you know, that's great because Seth was the first champion. So you'd have the first NXT champion challenging the current NXT champion. So you could go that way. I would not hate that at all. Queen Zelina telling Carmella to focus on WrestleMania. Braun might return after Roman versus Brock, and The Fiend will interrupt if Braun returns and challenges Roman. WWE got one night with me. If it's not Cody, I'm turning off, says Dragon Den. Right, we've got Queen Zelina and Liv Morgan. Queen Zelina is annoying, says Lance. I can't believe I see all the comments saying there should be another Razor. There is only one bad guy. You don't need someone else trying to be him. Shoggoff said, Cody, drop in the WWE contract. Going to control your narrative and other jokes you can tell yourself. They'll break up after Mania. People would love this. Have Via debut and have him say, I've been watching Amos and I can beat him. Then they have a nice little pre-show match that a lot of people would care about. WWE should get the 24/7 match on the card at day 1 on the kickoff show. Seeing Edge live tonight. The women's tag belts look like they're from the Power Rangers, says Master Chief. Liv face first into the corner. Big kick by Zelina. Knee strike by Zelina. Tell you what, it's been a horrible few days, hasn't it? I mean, obviously all that news about Big E on SmackDown. And now the news breaking about Scott Hall. Wrestling has been pretty somber. I mean, I must admit, I'm with you guys. Like, it's so hard to get into this show. So hard to, like, watch. I mean, what I've seen seems all right. Seems all right. WWE can have a wrestler with Razor's wrestling style, but not his character, says Larry. Have we realised Seth's opponent could be Goldberg, says Hazza. Oh, jeez, don't say it. Don't give him ideas. Carmella standing on the edge of the ring to cause a distraction. Zelina slams Liv down. So, Carmella looking over up at the entrance ramp. Here is Rhea Ripley. Rhea Ripley says that she saw that outside interference. She goes chasing after Carmella. Carmella jumps into Corey Graves. Corey Graves kicking out at Rhea Ripley. Rhea Ripley's like getting a bit close to Carmella and Corey Graves. Corey Graves is like trying to kick out at her whilst holding on to Carmella. 1, 2, 3. Liv wins. Liv beats Zelina. Whoever just said the G word should be banned. If you say it a few more times, he's going to show up. I've not watched wrestling for a while. Seeing the Scott Horse passed away text from my dad broke my minty heart, says Minty Ice. I know. As a wrestling fan, I'm used to being depressed, said Zoom Station. Feels comforting, doesn't it? Feels normal. Anyone else feel like that? I just feel like... Right, here's Seth. Seth's coming down. He's decided he's going to pick on Liv Morgan. Yes! Come on, Seth. Come on, Seth. Burn it down. He's going to come down, beat up Liv Morgan, and we're going to get Seth Rollins against Liv Morgan at WrestleMania. He's a genius. He's a genius. Here we go. Seth freaking Rollins is like... He's figured it out, guys. He's absolutely flipping figured it out. Here we go. He's coming up to Liv. Liv holds on to Rhea Ripley. He's going to slap the taste out of her mouth, isn't he? It's going to be Seth and Becky versus Rhea and Liv on night 1. Seth Rollins. Seth for the Women's Tag Team Championships. Minty said, being a wrestling fan, I know that deaths will come, but somehow it still gets me. It's pretty much the only reason I'm watching. If Cody doesn't show, I'm not going to watch again, says Gary. Ryan said, this is it. This is it. Michelle says, best match ever. Seth versus Becky has already happened. I know. That's how we got Roebucks. Daniel said, AEW have done a tweet about Scott's passing. That's cool. That's classy. I'm never very good at that. So let's see what AEW have said. AEW said, AEW joins the wrestling world in mourning the passing of a true legend, Scott Hall. Our thoughts are with his family, his friends, and his fans. Absolutely. Absolutely. Damian Priest did use Crossroads or Reckoning tonight. He did use it. Sean Rossap is saying that one WWE producer told us that if this was now permanently out of Priest's arsenal, it would be hard to believe that's not a sign. So, read into that whatever you will, but Damian Priest did use the Reckoning and the Crossroads tonight. Knowing WWE, if Cody was going there tonight, they would do it at the start or end of the show, not in the middle. Forbidden Door is going to open WrestleMania. We're going to get Jay White against Seth Rollins. If WWE set Seth and Cody as the wall breakers to push WWE forward, they would be incredibly smart. But WWE is not smart and never does the right thing, says Challenge of the Mighty. Matt said, hello, Days. How are you doing? Pleasure to see you. And you, Matt. Very sad news about Razor Ramon. Yeah. Yeah. Seth and Becky versus Corey and Carmella at WrestleMania. Razor was one of the first wrestlers I saw, and he made me love the entertainment part of wrestling. Priest always had Crossroads as a finisher. Apparently they took it away from him for, I don't know if it was a week or so, but I know there was a lot of people getting excited at the fact that it had been taken off him as a sign. But he's used it again tonight, so looks like it wasn't taken away. At Mania, Damian Priest versus Cody. Hall and Hennig were two of the best not to hold a world championship in WWE or WCW, although Hennig did hold the AWA, and they were tag champs together in the AWA. Right, here we go. We're going back. We're going back to Raw, and I must admit, I am not expecting Cody in this segment. I don't even know that I'm expecting Cody tonight, but obviously I'm hoping that it's going to happen. Let's find out. Let's find out together. Coming up next, we've got Seth Rollins in the ring. I don't expect him to call out Cody. That wouldn't make any sense. Why would he do that? So that doesn't make any sense. So I expect him to call out someone and do something. And the question is, will Cody interrupt? Or does he issue an open challenge? He could maybe issue an open challenge, and we'll find out who answers it that way. Darwin said, here we go. Please, WWE, make it happen for Cody. Lazar said, if it's not Cody, I'm disappointed. Well, don't worry. There can be twists and turns. So even if this segment doesn't result in Cody, it doesn't mean that we're done and the Cody's not coming back. There can be twists and turns. Rachel Mine said, okay, what does Seth have in store? We're going to find out. Vape Ross Vape said, 8 p.m. is very odd to tweet the news, or is it just me? I don't know. I don't know. The details of when he actually passed away have not been released yet, or I've certainly not seen them. Or I know that when we started this stream, nothing had been announced. If someone had seen that news announced somewhere, it would have been, it would have been mentioned. So I can only imagine it. The news came in like maybe the hour before. He might have passed a few hours before, but maybe the confirmation only came in quite close to the show, which is why I'm not expecting anything further about it on the show. If Cody signed with WWE, I think he'll be showing up next week or at WrestleMania, says 1987 Big Fan. Aaron said, I can see Seth announcing an open challenge and then no one answers. He gives it to the end of the night and then out comes Cody at the end. That'd be good. I'd like that, Aaron. Seth technically beat Roman at Elimination Chamber and they completely dropped the story, said Lance. Rachel Mine said, this could be a twist till the end of the show. Stuttering Steve said, I'm not convinced that Cody is coming out tonight. Seth technically... I heard this. Right, here we go. Still a flashback at the moment. At the moment, we're just seeing things that have happened on SmackDown and other shows, so... Seth issues an open challenge. Cody comes out at Mania. It could be that, yeah. Could be that Seth's about to announce that he's going to issue an open challenge at WrestleMania. Not tonight, but issue an open challenge at WrestleMania. He doesn't care who he faces. He just wants to face someone. So he'll issue an open challenge at WrestleMania, and whoever comes out, he'll face them. And then, you know... Then I think Cody would be heavy favourite. Seth has been standing in the ring for 10 minutes, says Robin. We are just seeing a recap from SmackDown with Heyman jumping into the car and Brock Lesnar chasing after him. Adam said, WWE have announced today that Lita's Broken Skull Sessions episode will air on Friday, March 25th. Via Peacock and the WWE Network with Stone Cold. Right, we're going to get rid of the poll that we've got right now. I don't feel like we need it. I don't feel like we needs it. So, will Cody return tonight? Yes, 57%. No, 42%. The man has got a plan. Okay. I've got a plan to get myself to WrestleMania. Is this going to be a massive segment? I thought all hope was lost. He's very excited. He's very excited. But they're my best friend. He reminded me of who I am. I am a visionary. I am a revolutionary. I am Seth freaking Rollins. And he's got a plan. I want to share the excitement with my best friend. Okay, so he's asking Kevin Owens to make his way out. Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. Okay, so Kevin Owens walks out and he just kind of reaches to the crowd to touch someone, but doesn't really make much of an effort. They're all teasing. Right. Seth to challenge Goldberg. Here's Kevin Owens. I can't wait to hear it. This isn't going to lead to... He ain't going to say Cody, obviously. Check this out. You've got a talk show. The KO show. And your guest is going to be Stone Cold. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. What if I also had a talk show? Freaking Speaking! What if I had a talk show called Freaking Speaking? My guest was Stone Cold Steve Austin. Kevin Owens doesn't like this idea. You can't have a talk show. This is not a good plan. Think different. There can only be one talk show. Here's what we do. We'll have a match. We'll have a match tonight and the winner gets a talk show. No. I had the idea first. This is my guest. Get your own idea. This is mine. These two are... Are they building a match between these two? Okay, Sonya Deville's here. She likes Seth's idea. Main event. Kevin Owens versus Seth Rollins. Kevin Owens, Seth Rollins. That's not what people wanted. But at least Seth's in the main event. If you beat Kevin Owens tonight, you will replace him at WrestleMania. That is a bit silly, don't you think? That's a bit silly. Because the feud is Kevin Owens and Stone Cold. Like Seth Rollins hasn't been bad-mouthed in Texas. Okay. This is trash, says Harry. I knew an official would come out. This has to lead to Cody, says Tony. Cody on a talk show. Cody's not showing up unless the match ends early. Seth isn't going to beat Kevin. All the things they could have done. Why that? Why that? Raxon, shout out to you. I like that emoji. Cody will come out in the main event. Who asked for this? I did, Jilly. I asked for it. Ha ha. I actually wrote a letter earlier today to Vince. And I was like, Vince, can you do this, please? How about Seth versus Kevin if Seth wins, he gets to do the talk show segment with Stone Cold instead. And Vince was like, "Goddamn, pal, that's genius." And I was like, I know, I'm a genius. I'm a genius. It's a very stupid idea, says Daniel. LTW says, boo. Days, I ordered the Bloodline top. Very good. Who backstage thought this was a good idea, says Top Tier. Cody is not leaving AEW. Cody's going to Ring of Honor. Days, now you know what to expect. Cody, if he is coming in, Seth is obviously not going to replace Kevin Owens. I just wanted you to know, I checked WrestleVote's Twitter, his second to last tweet. What? Have WrestleVote sent a tweet out? WrestleVotes. Lance said, this is rubbish. Obviously, WWE has no direction. Lance, shout out to you, buds. Oh, okay. So an hour ago, WrestleVotes tweeted eyeball emoji. Now they're using it as words. God, they're so cringe. They are so cringe. They are so cringe. This is wrestling journalism in 2022. Eyeball emoji, and that is good enough to get 1,704 likes. That is it. In this day and age, you just have to tweet out eyeball emoji. Them 3 words gets 1,705 likes. LOL. People and the thoughts they believe from the dirt sheets is funny. Seth is a dancing lunatic. Right, well, we got the Mysterios. What's happening? The Mysterios are in the ring. That's what's happening. And we're still waiting to see if there's going to be a Cody Rhodes. We're waiting. He could come out at the end. I mean, look, Seth being in the main event is exciting. I could see Kevin Owens winning, and Seth gets upset, grabs the mic, issues a challenge, blackout, Cody. Cody always was a lower tier wrestler, says Matthew. Seth will lose the main event, then Cody will come out, says Macca. What if Cody comes out at a live event in Zimbabwe? Perfect. Perfect. 19 days till WrestleMania. Jeez. Not long, is there? 19 days. That's, we're under 3 weeks now. 3 weeks. Weekend just gone. KO screwed up when they were in the back when he said he took the belt from him. I just made more sense for Seth to go out and say, if Edge can issue an open challenge for WrestleMania, so can I, instead of a match against Kevin Owens tonight. Seth should have called Cody out and said until the end of the night, he's got to the end of the night to show up, would have been better for ratings. Cody screws Seth in the main event. Lisa says, I'm sad and I already lost someone in my life, but wow, what a recent sad as hell fiasco, says Lisa. It's awful, isn't it? It's awful. Just awful. It's been an awful weekend. As I said, Big E breaking his neck. And now this news coming through. Deja didn't read my super chat. Oh, I'm sorry, Mo. What did it say? I didn't see it, but put it in the chat what it said, and I'll read your next comment. Bring back the Great Khali or dissolve WWE, says Lance. So it's the only realistic thing to do. You're absolutely right. As a tribute to Scott Hall, I have taken a few of my top cards out of my binders and a few of the IC cards and attached them to my wall. Cody will not return, but Stardust might, said Helicards. LSW said, what happened to Lashley? Was he legit injured? Yes. He was injured in the before Elimination Chamber, and they used the Elimination Chamber to kind of write him out. Channel Name said, I like Bret Hart, but they should have given Razor the top spot after Luger couldn't remain on top in 93. Tyler said, Cody versus Seth is listed at WrestleMania. If Cody doesn't come out tonight, they've only got 2 more Raws to build this. Rob said the plan is for Cody to debut in Covington, Kansas, 5 weeks after WrestleMania. Kane said someone comes out in a hoodie, attacks Seth, KO, and stands in the front on the hard cam, and it is Cody. Can you do a poll to see if Cody is back or not? We just did it. But Dave, so that makes me think it is Cody, but maybe Lashley returns early. I'm still hoping that it will be Cody. Cody is making a huge mistake if he returns to this circus. Hey, WWE, please buy AEW. They're not up for sale. I don't think they would. I don't think they're looking to sell them. Basti, hello. Hope you are well, dudes. Mo said, I said, why doesn't Seth just co-host the KO show? I don't know, it's not really a big enough spotlight for him, is it? I think that he wants, Seth wants all the spotlight, so co-hosting a KO show, I don't think really appeals. He wants his own show. He wants his own spotlight, so I think that's probably why he's not gone that way. And obviously, he's annoyed Kevin Owens, and now we're going to have a match tonight between the two of them to figure out who gets that talk show, which, of course, as people have already said, is going to be Kevin Owens, because Kevin Owens has got the feud going with Stone Cold at the moment. It doesn't make any sense to change it around, and that's what Kevin Owens is saying right here. Yeah, it makes no sense. Stone Cold doesn't have anything to do with Seth. He's still ranting at Sonya, but he is making some excellent points. Michelle said they have uploaded Scott's... They have uploaded... Let's go down. They have uploaded Scott's page to his birth and death dates, says Michelle. Awful, isn't it? Awful. So, 1958 to 2022, he was 63. He was 63. Miz is making his way down now. So, we've got Miz. I don't think we've got Logan. We've got Mysterio. Oh, have we got Logan? We have got Logan. Logan Paul is here. Logan Paul is making his way out. Again, he's got his prime drink in his hand. So, Miz and Logan Paul making their way down. Logan Paul. Dave's father passed away at the same age. 60s can be rough, says Eric. That's awful, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. Jilly said, I say Cody to New Japan would be interesting, as he could still show up on AEW Dynamite. Last one, Cody teases us with a promo, and it says, Seth, I'm coming for you. Cody's music plays and end show. Shirley said, I'm guessing they just want to keep this Kevin feud with Austin in the spotlight, but it's still dumb. AEW should buy NXT. I don't believe NXT is up for sale. Gabby said, Dave's watching the videos from Mexico. Gabby, shout out to you. It's a bit of a shame, to be honest. The show's all right. This hasn't been like a hard show to watch or anything. Like, there's been some moments, but there's no denying the flipping Razor Ramon news, Scott Hall news has absolutely overshadowed everything. And rightfully so, as it should. So, what is that shirt? I don't know what that shirt is. Is that a Logan Paul shirt? It's horrible. I don't even care if it was a Hulk Hogan shirt. It's horrible. It's just like a blonde hair. It's a black shirt. It's got like blonde hair and a beard silhouette thing, and that's it. What does it mean? It doesn't mean anything. think it's just a Logan Paul WWE shirt. It's been a decent show, says Shola. I get it, but what made no sense, like a co-host who passes up a free ride to WrestleMania, plus they can both jump Steve, which could set up tag Cody and Steve. Yeah, but you got to think that Seth's not thinking about Cody at all. I mean, Cody is not in Seth's thoughts right now. In this world, Cody is not, part of the thinking. He's not part of the show. So Seth's just thinking, how do I get the spotlight to myself? How do I, and he wants all the spotlight. He won't be thinking, I could do this and then maybe we could get Cody and Stone Cold. He's not, I don't even think he's that bothered about, helping Kevin Owens attack Stone Cold. Seth has always been, quite selfish. Don't forget, Kevin wanted Seth to help him get on the WrestleMania card, get into Elimination Chamber, and Seth was like, oh, my hands are tied. Seth just doesn't help Kevin. Their relationship is very one-sided. Jennifer, hello, says maybe Cody is going to use the name GPS versus Veer. The GPS app, trust us, you're not lost. Maybe. He's going to help Veer find his way to WWE. Maybe that's what he's doing right now. He's just hunting for Veer to see if he's lost in the corridors backstage. You could be absolutely right, Jennifer. You could have nailed it. Could have called it, mate. Here's Ray and Dominic going to do double 619s, and they do. Ray comes crashing down on Shelton Benjamin. Dominic going up top. Dominic looking for a frog splash. Gets it 1, 2, 3. And the Mysterios win. Logan Paul giving a thumbs down. Miz jumps into the ring. Miz goes after Dominic. Logan Paul goes after Rey Mysterio. Logan Paul beats up one of the greatest masked wrestlers of all time. Shot to the midsection by Ray. I wonder if part of the Cody Rhodes deal was giving him back the Dusty Rhodes trademark, letting him call himself the American Dream, says Corvids. Out the ring goes Miz. We got Ray in there with Logan. Logan's got Dominic. Don't worry about Dominic. Goes after Dominic. Low kick by Ray. Drop kick. Logan in position, and Ray pulls him out the ring. Michelle said Veer is in the back rooms with Asuka. Wow, lucky Veer. That's what I'll say. Lucky Veer. No wonder he's taking his time. Jeez. Whew. Well, I mean, do you know what I mean? They say getting stuck in catering is a nightmare, but I mean, that sounds all right. So, Michelle, shout out to you. Michelle with those scoops. Michelle is the new Sean Ross. Michelle. Michelle Meltzer. Wrestle with Andy said, Dave's my favourite Scott Hall memory is him giving away the real IC title to a kid on Jerry Springer. Here's Edge. He was a massive part of that new generation. So big that when he left with Scott Hall, we had Fake Razor, didn't we? Fake Razor and Fake Diesel. Vince was under the impression that he could just give the gimmicks to someone else and, we wouldn't... I don't know that he thought, we wouldn't notice or just wouldn't care that someone else was playing the roles. I don't know what he was... that would have been a good question. What the hell was you thinking with Fake Razor and Fake Diesel? What was you trying to achieve? Evil Light Edge. Nicola... Hello, Italy. I hope you're well. Shout out to Italy. Michelle Ross Sapp. Absolutely, Tony. Edge is a new member of the House of Black. I must admit, I was getting that vibe as well, yeah. I was getting that vibe. He has got like a bit of House of Black vibe to him. This is my first time watching Raw since 2014, and my God, this show has fallen off massively, says Aaron. Welcome to Raw. And actually, this is not even like the worst week. I actually think this week's been fine. I don't think it's been spectacular by any means, but it's been, compared to some of the weeks we've had, it's been all right. At Mania, Miz Logan versus Mysterio's. Bad Bunny is going to help Mysterio's. He and Miz had great history. Can you look at the tweet that I've tagged you in? I can. I don't know what you tagged me in, to be honest. A thing that said everyone is pointing at the WrestleMania sign. What's even scarier is Raw is stacked with all the talent. Scott Hall was the reason I started watching WCW on a weekly basis, says James. Edge is going to be up next, and amazingly, we're only 9 minutes away from the halfway point of this show. We're only 9 minutes away from the halfway point of the show, so we are working our way through the show. I'm not going to make the full show. I will definitely be asleep, said Master Chief. I still feel like I've been watching this show for 4 hours already, says Top Tier. Edge versus AJ is definitely one of the better matches on the card. Yes. Rumour has it, Edge was whispering, "You think you know me," to everyone backstage before Vince allowed him to say it in his promo. Omari Dixon, shout out to you. Days, I've been watching for a while. Who do you think is going to win at WrestleMania? Roman or Brock? And who do you want to win? Big fan, by the way. Oh, that's very kind. I hope I've said your name right, my friend. Omari? I've gone with that. That's what it is now. Shout out to you. Who do I want to win? I want Roman to win. I love Brock. I think Brock's fun. I think the farmer thing is brilliant. But I've said before, I think we've got something really extra special with this Roman title reign. And I think that we could potentially get to 1,000 days. We actually looked the other day, I can't remember on what stream, but we looked to see the last time that there was 1,000-day title reign for like the WWE Championship. There hasn't been one for the Universal. But for WWE, you've got to go back to Hulk Hogan. You've got to go back to the start of Hulkamania. You've got to go back to Hogan in 84. That is the year before WrestleMania 1, right? So that is how significant a 1,000-day title reign would be. And at the moment, we're at 550. If you was to put another 360 days, so next year's WrestleMania, if you was to add that on to where we are now, you would be at 910 days. So it sounds like we're a long, long way away. We are another year, right? 12 months. You got to get to next year's WrestleMania and then a bit further. But I feel like we've done a lot of the heavy work. We're past the halfway point now. I would go. Honestly, I'd be really tempted to get there. There's what's the benefit of Brock beating Roman? Does it make Brock a bigger star? No. Doesn't make Brock a bigger star. Is Brock going to be sticking around loads now? I don't believe so. He might stick around for a bit after, but I think what we've been seeing with Brock this side of WrestleMania, we won't see after WrestleMania. I expect he'll still be at the odd show, and I expect him at SummerSlam, but I certainly don't expect him to be as visible as what he's been. I think this has been a really entertaining run by Brock. I've really enjoyed it. I think they've built this matchup probably as good as what you can do. Into the match, I hope it's the last time we see those two facing, and certainly at WrestleMania. Seems like next year it's going to be Rock. I mean, Rock, Roman. You could have Roman with his title reign taking on The Rock, and I think that would be brilliant. I mean, for me personally, I'm not burnt out on Roman. I'm not bored of Roman. I'm not clamoring for a new champion. Like, I don't feel like I need that, so I'm quite happy to keep going with Roman. It's not a problem for me whatsoever. It's not a chore. It's not a problem. It's not a chore. We can just keep going with Roman. So, yeah, I would really like to see Roman retain. I just think if Brock wins, what's the benefit? What do we get from it? I really don't know. I don't know. I'm just really not sold on that title change. But it'll be a good match, I'm sure. They're just showing the Sharmell being inducted into the Hall of Fame news. And, of course, it's just footage of her as Queen Sharmell. She was charm and class. I feel like she's going to be inducted by Booker T as well. She will be inducted by Booker T into the Hall of Fame. Have we done that as a favour to him? I'm just wondering, just speaking out loud. Rest with Andy said, would you put Roman in the top 10 WWE superstars of all time? On Impact, yes. Personal preference? Maybe, for me personally, maybe, actually. For me personally, maybe as well, just because I can't imagine this era without him. He gave me the Shield. I love the Shield. Him as a face, I must admit, I wasn't feeling. But he always was in the big main event matches. It's very much like John Cena, though, isn't it? He was Cena 2.0 for a while. But this heel turn has been brilliant. So, I mean, yeah, I would say that he's in top 10 WWE superstars. And maybe for me personally as well. Edge making his way down. Yeah, no, a generic theme. It is a generic theme. They're not going to give him the, you think you know me. Here is Edge getting into the ring. We're going to hear from Edge. I kind of like this. This music can't be permanent. Well, it'll be permanent, I think, for as long as he's going to do this character. They don't want cool music for him. Purple light. Michelle said, no, not Metal Ingus. Metal Ingus. If you do suffer from that, you should definitely go to the doctors. Here is Edge. Let's see what Edge has got to say. He is the benchmark of the WWE. What have I become? You're simple. He calls the audience simple. He calls the audience simple. He's healing it up here. I am better than everyone. Yep. I'm better than all of you. Yep. He's better than everyone in the industry. Love the new Edge theme. It slaps hard. I hate the blue light, says Michelle. It's also Alter Bridge. It's called The Other Side. I'm burring. Hello. I'm kind of grooving to that heel theme for Edge. You don't matter to me. Let's ask people, shall we? There seems to be one that's divided opinion. Let's see what people think. Do you like the new Edge theme? Did he? He peed all over his territory. Who's Seth Rollins? They never showed that. I never saw that. Did you see that? I never saw that. I mean, in fairness, I don't want to see that. It's not my thing. I'm not going to lie, it sounds like an NXT TakeOver theme. What do you think about AJ Styles or Edge? I think it's going to be a great match. And I would think AJ would get the win. That Edge is dead, baby. He's on a mountain of omnipotence. I'm not going to be judged by any of you, says Edge. Blue light, I don't mind it. I don't hate it. I tell you what it does do. It makes it makes Edge look big. I mean, he looks quite hench in that suit. You suck, chance for Edge. It's maybe a little bit similar to what Seth was doing not long ago. You know, when Seth was being a bit more serious and not laughing and dancing his way down. I do get a bit of a Seth vibe to this. Raw's version of Roman. Now here's Bedge. NXT TakeOver themes were straight fire, says Jadam. James Kenny said, MJF, I'm better than you, and you know it. Edge, I'm better than you, and that's a given. Edge looking around. Edge heel turn overshadowed Priest's heel turn, says channel name. That is true. Crusty old Edge. AJ, you will be judged. You will be judged. I mean, I do get like Messiah, Seth kind of vibes from this. I must say, Edge's music is a little bit like stock menu music from like an old WWE video game. I feel like I need to start selecting my arena match type, going through the roster. Versus tag match. Weapons, yep. I'll have it 6 minutes. Feels like that. Makes me wanna play video games. And I'm not saying that's a good or a bad thing. Here is Bianca Belair. The EST. Here's Little Miss Interruption. That is a default theme from my player from a 2K game. Bianca Belair. I stay true to who I am, says Bianca. Can you hear that? No. What's happening? That's the sound of Becky Lynch not running her mouth. Okay. As soon as we get to the next commercial break, we will do halftime scores. I like Edge's new theme, but I will miss the old theme, says Michael. Rob said, well, you don't hear the word omnipotence in wrestling every day. Now that's stupendous. Okay, here comes Bianca. The boringest, says Erase Your Minds. Look at wrestling news. Look at what they said 2 hours ago. Cody has signed the contract. Dude, I think I would rather write some scribbles onto a notepad, try and then read those scribbles, make them into some kind of wrestling news story, even though they're gibberish, and I would probably believe that more than what wrestling news has to say. In fact, I believe that's what wrestling news does. So I'll wait for something a little more reliable. Michelle said, breaking news, 2K23 release date is going to be October 13th, 2030. Wow. That's quicker, isn't it? That's a quicker turnaround than the last one. So, very good. Very good. That'll be good. Now the roster can be out of date on a whole new level. Bianca, heel turn in the summer. Ronda, heel turn in the fall, says channel name. Matthew said, the N64 WCW versus NWO is still my favourite wrestling game. Wrestlemania, the best brand of candy, says Michael. Scribble on a napkin, says Tony. Why can't it be the Shack of Black? The Black Shack. Very. I mean, I prefer the Love Shack, but halftime. Get in your halftime scores. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. What you thinking about the halftime scores? Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I want to know all your halftime scores. Are you happy or you mad? Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. Here we go. They're coming in. List of Jericho, 6 out of 10. Marty, 5 out of 10. Channel name, 7. James Kenny with a 7. Bonkers with a 4. Bonkers with a 4. LD Cool with a 7. Zachary with a 4. Bonkers with a 4. Lone Star Friend said 6.5. No Otis. Zoom Station with a 7. Bonkers with a 4. We got Rotem with a Mad. We've got Bonkers with a 4. We've got Larry with a 4. We got David with a 5. We got Rico with a 4.5. End of Days with a 3. Sonny with a 6. We've got Days. Would you rather have Seth versus Cody or Seth versus our tribal chief Via? Seth Cody. Just because Via needs some wins and he might struggle if we did that match. LSW said 5. It's fine, but Scott Hall news has overshadowed everything, and I agree with that. We've got Alfred with a 6. We've got Aaron with a 7. We've got J14 with a 5. Let Him In with a 6. Erase Your Mind with a 5. Magic Lopez with a 4. Zy Matrix with a 3.5. Alexa Bliss Gamer 0809. 7. Even though there's been no Alexa Bliss. Bonkers with a 4. We've got Matt with a 33.3 out of 100. And no, that is not Steiner math. What kind of candy do you like? I don't really eat any, to be honest. I tried to cut it out my diet because all I do is sit and stream, so I'd be fat. And not the PH type, the F type. Darwin says 7. Legend Killer says 6. Brendan says 9. Dark Knights 2 Second says 5. CS Dub Wrestling says 5. Joe Cyan Cruz said 6.9. We got Bonkers with a 4. We've got Force Mashups with a 9. We got Damien with a 6. We got Dragon Den with a 4. We got 4 smash-ups with a 9, 4 smash-ups with a 9. Dylan with a 6. Michelle with a 0. A 0. Hayden with a 5. New Zealand putting their scores in with a 5. 4 smash-ups with a 9. Michelle with a 0. Days, did you get to K22? I did not, Michael. No, but I hope you are enjoying it. Every Monday is Groundhog Day for Raw's creative team, says Jilly. Top tier with a 4.3. Sam, a.k.a. Other Mother, with a 7.5. Rivy004 with a 5.71. Hey, yo. Alexa is missing, like, Via! Here we go! Here we go! Via is coming. What will it be? Coming soon. It's going to be coming soon, isn't it? The power of the coming storm, Via Mahan! It's coming to Raw! Wow. Via is coming. The power of the physical storm. He's still coming. I can't believe it, says Harley. It's amazing, isn't it? It is amazing. Hasn't it been like 5 months? Here's a question. Will he go in the Hall of Fame? If he never arrives, do we put him in the Hall of Fame? I mean, Sharmell went in, so I can't see why not. I feel like he might have done about as much as she did. Here is Doudrop taking on Bianca Belair. Via Mahan is coming. Real heroes fight fair. Bianca. I will rip that braid right out of your scalp. Days, I think they made him walk all the way from India to come on to Raw. I don't think he walked from India, but I mean, my geography is not the best, but I'm fairly confident that they will have given him a flight. He is like the symbiote from Venom. I have no... Surge. Straight over my head, that, mate. The symbiote from Venom. Guys, I thought that. He's just like it. Just like it. We've got Nikki ASH on the outside of the ring. Sharmell just proves to me how thick nepotism is in WWE, says Larry. AJ tweeted, he'll come back next week, says Harley. Right, we're underway with Doudrop and Bianca. Doudrop against the ropes. Bianca jumps over. Doudrop. Bianca goes for a drop kick, but Doudrop looking for a senton. No joy. Mo said Via must have so much stamina to be constantly coming for 5 months. Absolutely. Takes a lot out of you. I mean, in all fairness, he's come in every Monday, so I can totally understand him, do you know what I mean? Using the rest of the week to recharge. He has to be walking, or why would he be taking so long, says Retribution. It's an excellent point. It's an excellent point. LSW said, imagine if instead of the coming soon vignettes, they aired vignettes of him making the walk and the swim to Raw. But that would be good, because at least we'd know where he was. Imagine that, if we knew his coordinates. Imagine if they actually made him do it. Imagine that. Not like swim, but like, could you imagine if they did actually make him, like, go across the country? People could go out and meet him. It'd be like the Lex Express. You could, like, follow his path on social media. Oh, man, part of me thinks that would work. People would come out. Like, if he was by your town, who isn't going to go and see Veer as he makes his way through your town? Maybe he's heading towards somewhere. Like, they could have had him all this time heading to WrestleMania. That would have been cool. Funny thing is, Veer resides in Tampa, so he's filming another biopic. Who knows? I hope Bianca will not do her back-in carrying dewdrop. Well, we are at commercial break. BT Sport box office. Part of me was like, box office. But then part of me was like, I've got the network. He's coming on a rickshaw. Who's Rick? They could create an online tracker for Veer like Santa at Christmas. That would be fun. Veer arrives, gets a 3-week push, and becomes a jobber. LOL, said Buggy. Who owns the bus, though? Who owns the bus? Vince. Vince owns everything. He owns us all. Seth is going to be on the KO show, says Michael. Veer is that employee that always gets away with being late. There should be a website with a Veer radar. A Veer radar. A Veer tracking app. Amazing. Veer is walking across the US like Forrest Gump ran it. The epic journey of Veer from the Himalayas to WWE. I've never seen Veer and Days in the same room, says Jose. Coincidence? I think not. I saw a picture of him in IKEA. He said he put a picture out of him in IKEA, and he said sometimes they just let me sit here all day. And I was like, that's cool. So if you want to know where he is, he's in IKEA. Just chilling, just sitting there. Mystery solved. Cody is driving the bus. Will Veer be released before he debuts on Raw, says Brad G. God, that would suck, man. Imagine being future endeavoured and you haven't even arrived yet. That would suck. We are at commercial break, by the way, so if you are just joining us, you're not missing out on anything. We are at commercial break. Rickshaw is a really cool dude. Do you know, I'm stunned that that's not his name. I'm stunned they've not had an Indian wrestler with the name Rick Shaw. Don't give them ideas. They'll definitely do it. Veer is dressed in suits and is stylish on Twitter. That should be the gimmick when he arrives, rather than this stereotypical nonsense, says British Soundboard Pranks. Is Veer with you, just making like Cena and being invisible? He's not. I wish he was. I don't know where he is. Tomorrow night, what we got on NXT? Tomorrow night. So, Dolph won the championship last week. Miz TV. We've got Miz TV tomorrow on NXT. They are trying to make NXT much more... Well, I would say, how is it not a third brand? We've got Dolph Ziggler on Miz TV on the developmental brand. Dolph Ziggler on Miz TV on the developmental brand. What? That is screaming third brand vibes to me. NXT was meant to be the developmental brand, bringing in all this new talent. I reckon the ratings have been so poor that USA Network have gone, you've got to turn this round. And so now we're seeing Dolph, we're seeing Miz. Jeez, it's going to be like Raw 2.0 soon. Wow, Miz TV on NXT. Didn't see that coming. Michael said NXT is so sad these days. How excited are you for NXT Stand and Deliver? I don't know. Not that excited, to be honest. It does feel like NXT is in a really weird place. NXT is very hit and miss. So I do miss... it doesn't feel like a takeover. It doesn't feel like an NXT of old. I don't know. I mean, it was interesting to have it. It was better last week, I will say that. And it was interesting having Dolph be victorious, so I will say that as well. But, I don't know. Is anyone really excited for Stand and Deliver? Reports are saying Edge Styles is going to be Edge's last ever match. Who's saying that? My thoughts are, who's saying that? KOD by Bianca. She hits the KOD. Nikki ASH is shaking her head. Belair is victorious. Bianca Belair wins. Coach Co said, why don't blind people skydive? Because it scares the dogs. Here's Becky, all in gold. Becky in a gold jacket, gold tights. Black Doc Martens. Hurling Bianca into the ring steps. Big time Beck slamming Bianca into the announcer's table. Big time Bex unloading on Bianca. She's got Bianca. She's going to ram her head into the chair. Days, when Pat is on, you completely look away, ignore it, and speak to the chat, by the way. I'm not a fan of the guy. I'm just interested to know. I've no interest in the match. I don't know what we'll do. We'll find other things to do. Why is Becky looking like she stole her outfit from Goldust? That's true. She does. Days, Edge's new theme is Last Rites by Alter Bridge. No reaction, says Daniel. Yeah, the crowd do seem to be a bit flat here. I must admit, there's a few boos, but people aren't really going crazy. So she had that chair wrapped around her head, driven into the ring post. Bianca down. When the camera focused on Edge's face, I wanted so bad for an RKO on him. Wrestle with Andy said, I can't believe Goldust is back. Cody must be next. Cody must be next. Seeing Bianca down with officials around as she's gasping for air. SmackDown breakdown. SmackDown breakdown. They've been saying for months that it was coming, but it seems like he's never coming, says Robert. Michael said WWE Raw has been bad these days. Rotem said, Days, what makes Veer come every Monday night? I think just the sheer excitement of the show. Just wants to be a part of it. I think Veer is very clever, actually, because he knows as soon as he's actually on the show, there's a good chance they're going to book him horribly. So how about you just don't ever debut? It's clever, isn't it? He's a genius. We're here playing checkers, and Veer is playing chess. Wrestle with Andy said, could you imagine the heel heat? If Becky cut Bianca's hair. Man, that would upset a lot of people, man. That hair is so important to Bianca. It's very important in, like, black culture, isn't it, as well? I remember Solange doing a song about Don't Touch My Hair. It's a great album. If you've ever heard the Solange Knowles album, Beyonce's sister, she had an incredible album. One of her best tracks on it was Don't Touch My Hair. So, yeah, man, that would be controversial. Alex said, not sure if you've seen, but I've tagged you in a video showing a bunch of production people coming down to the ring with lots of hoodies on. Okay. You thinking one of them might be a Cody? Still got a little way to go, haven't we? When Triple H was running NXT 1.0, they did a lot of high 600 and 700s. Now with Vince, it's barely 550. Do you think Vince is realising his vision hasn't worked? Yes and no. I think that Vince is going to be happier with some of the talent that's coming through. I think some of the talent NXT was producing was not to Vince's liking. So now it's producing more stars that he can feel he can use. So from that point of view, I think he'll see it as a win. The problem is that the show isn't attracting the ratings that he wanted. So I think, look, Vince is never going to turn around and say that he was wrong on this, even though I think the product was better before. Okay, bro, coming out. Even though I think the product was better before, but he'll take the positives. He'll focus on the positives. The positives are NXT is now producing Bron Breakkers, Von Wagners, people that are a bit more in line with what he wants. So he'll just take that. But I think the ratings are maybe causing a problem for the USA Network, and that is why they've turned around and said, you need to give us something. We need a boost. And so, Dolph's there, Miz is there, Mandy's down there. And maybe we see more of that. Maybe that's not just a WrestleMania thing. Let's end the poll because it's been a while since the Edge thing. WrestleMania 14. Yes, 60%. No, 40%. It's another one where people are quite split. To be honest, it's another one where people are quite split. Via definitely not working at the concession stand unless it's going to be vegetarian. Jose said, how much do you want for that beanie? There's not a value in the world, mate. It's not a value in the world. This will go into the Wrestling Days museum once I'm done with it. You can never buy an unused mirror, says Kojiko. Is that true? What if it's just been made? What if it's been made and it's straight into packaging, so you can't actually look in it? Then it's been unused. Vince would fire his own son before admitting he made a mistake. Logan Paul with KSI as manager versus Miz, says BSA. Zoom Station says, I will make Charlotte tap out. Commercial break. We are at commercial break. We have got RK Bro in the ring, and we are an hour away from the end of the show, from finding out if Cody Rhodes is going to be on the show tonight. I don't know if anyone's heard any more about Scott Hall. I don't know if there's any news as to... Hey Yo is trending right now. Hey Yo. It is being tweeted out about all these production crew in hoodies coming down. I must admit that has been tweeted out. People seem to be enjoying the new Edge theme. But yeah, I was just having a look, seeing if there was anything more on Scott Hall, but I can't see anything. Raw is a joke like the Lakers, says Leslie. Chris said, what about KSI attacking Logan at Mania? Not for me. I want less celebrities, not more. Crystal said, Chael Sonnen put a tweet out for Scott Hall. Michelle said, will Kevin Nash be on SmackDown to pay tribute? I don't think so, personally. I think that he will... I think they are focused on WrestleMania. WrestleMania is too important. There's too much money involved at WrestleMania. I don't know that they're going to give up TV time to do anything for Scott Hall this side of Mania. I think what you might get is you might get a video package, but I'm not expecting like emotion and there to be, you know, a segment where people come out and share memories and all that. I don't... That would be very unprecedented. So I think video package, definitely. I could see that being put in place, but I don't think they'll go any further. WWE 2K22 is the best send-off for Scott Hall with the NWO bundle, said BSA. Richard said, Butcher and Blade is here at the end, along with Ali in Raw. Did you know WrestleMania 25 has got the same logo as 38 because they both have a star? Which logo do you like? They're not exactly the same, are they? Wrestlemania. They do both have stars, but I don't think they're both the same logo. No. The WrestleMania 25 one has WrestleMania, obviously 25th anniversary. It's kind of like a silver metallic kind of star. I kind of like this one. I think this one's pretty cool. I don't mind the 38 logo at all. I suppose this one's got a bit of a metallic vibe to it on the outsides, and then it's like blue in the middle. So yeah, there's a little difference, but I can definitely see what you mean. But yeah, I like this one. I think this one's pretty cool. I think the WrestleMania is quite clean in the middle. It looks kind of smart and sharp. Right, we've got RK Bro in the ring, celebrating. 38 logo is bad, says Michael. NXT drew 613,000. I have never been tag team champion at WrestleMania. A friend. Okay, so we are into the final hour. We do have a title celebration. They keep talking about being friends, man. The split's coming. Not this week, but the split's coming. Last time we won these titles. Okay, so this is a Randy Orton party, and it's pretty rubbish. Party planning isn't my thing. There's some dead balloons, and there's a banner, a white sheet that says RK Bro scribbled on it. You remembered my birthday? I know it's in 10 months, but that is that Viper wisdom. Did you get this from Truly Treasures Gourmet Popcorn? No one showed up. They've got to split them after Mania, says Joel. They can't split them yet. They're still one of the best things in WWE, says David. Jilly said, I've still got Razor on my mind. Have you noticed how WWE never stopped the show for Scott Hall and Brody Lee? Watch Scott Hall have a better tribute in AEW. Chris said, I've ordered this year's WrestleMania official t-shirt and I can't wait. Here's Street Profits. Street Profits going to come out, make a match for the titles. What up, fam? What up, fam? Okay, so Street Profits making their way down. WWE should tribute Hall on Raw and SmackDown, and at Mania have a Scott Hall invitation of sorts. Okay, so Street Profits are chanting RK Bro. I didn't know you invited the Street Profits. That ring is honestly freaking me out. There's popcorn tipped all over the place. It looks a mess. Do you remember when NWO attacked Stone Cold in 2002? Scott Hall smashed brick on knee Stone Cold on SmackDown, took Scott Hall hostage, had him taped up in the back of the truck. We got the match, didn't we? We ended up getting Stone Cold against Scott Hall. That was on the same WrestleMania as, the Hogan and Rock. It was a bit of a weird one, having Stone Cold and Scott Hall. But in retrospect, it's very cool. 4-on-4 tag match. Street Profits versus RK Bro at WrestleMania. Edward said, is it just me or is this getting a bit boring? I'm going to go off to play 2K22. Looks like the morning after New Year's, says Helicard. RK Bro chant from the crowds. RK Bro owes the Street Profits their match. We're past asking for opportunities. We're telling you we're facing you at WrestleMania. Good, I like this. Randy's saying, no one's told me what to do when I'm in this ring, and he name checks Undertaker. Didn't he say, like, Mr. Kennedy? Did he say Vincent Kennedy McMahon? No one has told me what to do when I'm in this ring. Randy just saved this segment for me. Randy was great there. That is a great promo from Randy. Riddle said we have to face someone. It's the right thing to do. WWE's dead these days. HBK gets mentioned. Okay, so Riddle and Randy are chatting at the moment. You're lucky my boy here was so cool. Michelle said, Randy just said Vince's real name. Vincent Kennedy McMahon. He did. Name check for Undertaker. Name check for Shawn. Riddle. Montez talks bad about the party. I don't want to wait for WrestleMania. Days, I can see Randy turning on Riddle at Mania. I don't think it'll be long. I'm happy I don't. Fast and Furious thinks everything I do. Sean, shout out to you. Randy throwing around his seniority. It's a good line. It was a good line. Young Buck super kick to both teams' head, says Richards. Check out DDP's tweets about Scott Hall. DDP. Diamond Dallas Page. My brother has gone on to Valhalla to raise somehow. The bad guy to the end. Yo, Def, what's your finisher? Can't wait to kick out. He may not have kicked out, but he wasn't going to put that M effort over clean. Kevin Nash, love you and miss you more. Godspeed. R.I.P. R.I.P. Dally. So, just seeing, I mean, he spent a lot of time with him, didn't he? Spent a lot of time with him. Sad to see Scott Hall die. Profits versus RK Bro next. Geez, that was awful, says David. Yes. There's some segments that it's really hard to just even find any kind of humor in them or anything in them that you can have fun with. I really feel like a lot of WrestleMania is in place, and right now we're just spinning our wheels. Like, there's not really anything new that's being thrown up or any kind of interesting twists and turns. There have been a couple of things tonight, like, you know, Becky beating up Bianca. But the reaction that got for the crowd was quite minimal, to be honest. There hasn't really felt like there's been loads on this show. It feels like one of those shows that if you haven't watched it, you haven't missed anything. And I think that's a shame, to be honest. I really think that's a shame. I think at this stage, they could be giving you more than what we're getting right now. But who knows? I mean, look, they did this before. You know, they stacked the last half an hour. And if Cody walks out at the end of this show, no one's going to remember anything else about this show. So, do you know what I mean? If Cody comes walking out, all is forgiven type thing. Michelle says, hashtag filler match. Filler match. It is indeed. It is indeed. I mean, what are they going to do if they have this match now? What do they do at WrestleMania? The reason they're facing them is because they needed to face someone at WrestleMania. So, are they going to face someone else? Like, what's I don't know what the plan is. WrestleMania 38 has got 10 matches already, says Adam. Who would be a great heel? Who would be great as a heel? Street Profits or RK Bro? Well, we know Randy's great heel. Riddle as a heel. I feel like Riddle's like the ultimate babyface. I'd have to go Street Profits. AJ says, exercise judgment, grant mercy, sitting on a mountain of omnipotence. I don't know where you get this garbage, but one thing I will grant you is fair warning. I'm coming back to Raw next week, and you better prepare yourself. Right, we are underway with... Oh, is it just singles match, is it? I thought it was like proper tag match. I didn't realise it was just Riddle and Montez. I thought they were doing the match now. Okay, there we go. Riddle versus Montez. The crowd is dead, and it's probably because of Scott Hall. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that might have taken the energy out of the room. Root Beer Float said, as many years go by, more legends from our childhood will be gone. Nothing can ever replace the late 80s, 90s, early 2000s. That was wrestling's greatest time, and that's why I like AEW. It feels like old school. Is Big E's wrestling career over? No. Are you a fan of hot cross buns? If so, did you know Sainsbury's are now doing a hot cross bun loaf, which is a loaf of bread, basically. Any more updates on Big E? Only that, no more than what the quick little video I got a chance to put out the other day. I mean, I literally just had to record that and chuck it out because actually I was a few minutes late for one of the football games as a result. But he can move his digits. They've said that he's not broken his or severed his spinal cord. So all these things are massively positive and would expect him to make a recovery. So the fact no surgery is needed is huge. That is huge. Sean said, I'm so happy. Thank you, Ashley Dage. Make me happy right now. That is Resident, my own NWO for life. It's a pretty bad WrestleMania already. It's got 3 celebrity matches and a talk show. What a shame, says Rob. What was the last part of Randy's gift to Riddle? Don't know. Wonder if WWE or someone did a live announcement to the crowd about Scott Hall news. Probably not, to be honest. I mean, I'm guessing they probably just started the show and put the graphic up and did it that way. Man United Hodge says, R.I.P. Scott Hall, the Wolfpack legend, too sweet. Well said, Man United Hodge. Too sweet indeed. I've been waiting for this angle from Riddle. Peter said if the C1 doesn't heal, then that would be it for his career. We don't know about that, Days. He broke the C1, which is directly under the skull, and the vertebrae doesn't always heal completely. Well, I mean, look, it doesn't need surgery, and I mean, that's an amazing thing. So where it goes from here, can there be complications where it doesn't heal properly? Sure. But all you can do is take the news that you get, and the news that we've got is really, really positive. So I expect him to recover and fully recover. There's people that, I mean, recover from this. So we're going to have to wait and see. I mean, it's that, isn't it? It's wait and see. But is his career over? No, it is not. I mean, right now it is not. You know, the good news is that, you know, he hasn't caused any damage to his spinal cords, and, you know, that's the headline, and so is the fact he doesn't need surgery. You know, there's going to be people out there that don't have any kind of update whatsoever. They don't know anything whatsoever. So I'm always conscious that there's people watching that think that he's paralyzed for the rest of his life right now, and right now that's not where we are. So I'm, you know, talking more to them. Talking about, well, this might not heal and there could be complications. I wouldn't go down those roads. There can always be complications. Did you see that WrestleVotes put out a couple of hours ago, says Lou? Yes, I ball emoji or something. I'm going to wear my NWO shirt and jeans to school tomorrow and have a toothpick. If Daniel Bryan and Edge can return, then Big E will be fine. Reese's Pieces fan said, Days, will we see Tommaso Ciampa at WrestleMania? Because he's already debuted at Raw after WrestleMania. Via is coming for Brock, says Reese's Pieces fan. Will we see Tommaso at WrestleMania? Well, there's no match for him yet. If they do the Andre Battle Royal, and there's a few rumors saying they might not, then we will potentially see him in that. But unless they give him like a little kind of pre-show match or something, then I would say no, to be honest. I think it's more likely he's going to be at Stand and Deliver. Although there are rumours that it looks like he could have been called up already, but we'll have to see. Are you going to stream Arsenal-Liverpool? Yes. And who are you supporting as a United fan? I don't really have a dog in the fight. If Man United aren't in it, then I don't really have a dog. I suppose it's better for United if Liverpool win, because that moves them. That gives United a better chance of finishing top 4. So yeah, that gives United a better chance of finishing top 4. So I suppose I will be with Liverpool, but I've got Arsenal players in my fantasy team that I need to do well. Leslie says Raw sucks. Adam said the Raw tag title match, Street Profits versus RK Bro, is night 2 on Sunday. William said I'm going to wear my Daisy Dukes and crop top to the UN and demand world peace. That'll do it. That'll do it. Street Profits and Bianca Belair will turn heel after WrestleMania. Right, 40 minutes left to go. Tommaso winning the Andre Battle Royal. I wouldn't be against that, to be honest, Dame Films. I wouldn't be against that at all. Has Kofi got a match at Mania? No. I don't know if they were going to do something between Kofi and Big E against Sheamus and Ridge. But obviously that might have gone out the window now because of Big E's injury. So I'm guessing Kofi will be solo. So do we get Kofi against Ridge on a kickoff show? Kofi against Sheamus on a kickoff show? Kofi against Butch on a kickoff show? Maybe we would have got New Day against Ridge, Butch, and Sheamus. If New Day had been around, maybe we would have got 3-on-3. In my opinion, the worst year for wrestling stars passing would have to be 2015. You had Dusty and Roddy a few weeks apart, amongst others. X-Drive says, do you think Cody will have a match at Mania? I'm starting to have my doubts. I don't know, to be honest. I mean, I said that I didn't think he'd be on this show. I still haven't ruled it out. I still think there's a great opportunity that he could be. So I'm not saying for certain, no way is he on this show. But I am leaning towards no. We'll have to see. I mean, honestly, I can see us having that main event match and Kevin winning, Seth being frustrated, and the screen going black and people being disappointed. I don't know. This story is twisting and turning. This show has killed the buzz momentum for a Cody appearance. It was actually exciting a couple of minutes until that Seth promo killed it, says British Southpaw Pranks. Bunker said, what about Ricochet and Sheamus? Kofi for the IC title. Ricochet, Sheamus, Kofi for the IC title. You could do a fun ladder match. I'd be down for a Ricochet ladder match. That would be great. Otis throwing Randy into a barricade. Here is Chad Gable. Can I admit something? I've always loved booing Edge. Even though he's my number 2 favourite wrestler next to Batista, Edge is the kind of guy you just can't sympathise with and never should. Fair play. Okay, so this match has been interrupted by Alpha Academy. Shoosh are in the ring. I believe Cody will get a match at Mania. They're just trying to throw people off. WWE is doing a good job. Usually people find out weeks or months in advance, but WWE is doing okay. Would you like another Batista or John Cena or Orton or Sheamus main event push again? Well, not Batista. Not bothered about Cena. Orton I don't mind. Sheamus, be hard to make me care, to be honest. I mean, we were doing all right with him and Drew. Was it about a year ago? But, yeah, when Sheamus comes out, I'm not really bothered now. I think out of all of those, I don't mind us doing something with Orton. Right, 36 minutes or so to go. Triple threat, thank you, says Liam. WWE on Peacock already has a section remembering Scott Hall. Okay, they're talking about it right now. So they are actually talking about Scott Hall. Very serious, as you can imagine. Corey Graves, man, is tearing up. Corey Graves is tearing up, and they have managed to get a video package together. So I can only presume they've been working on this as the show has been on. I certainly wasn't expecting one today. I thought that they would get it done maybe for Friday. I thought they'd get one done, but I didn't expect them to get it done and find a way of getting it into the show, because this wouldn't have been planned. So we've got a video package for Scott Hall. He's the guy that made it cool to be the bad guy. Some great footage, man. Footage from like the early 90s. This is right in my wheelhouse. This guy is right in my wheelhouse. And the NWO. Finally, WWE with a class move. R.I.P. Scott Hall, says Heather. Corey got emotional. You could see his lips quivering, says WWE fan. Absolutely. I'd imagine there's a lot of emotion backstage. I mean, Triple H will be emotional. Shawn Michaels will be emotional. A lot of those WCW guys that spent, X-Pac will be emotional. So, they've done well to pull this together, man. There's a lot here. Yeah, Raw 25. Hall was amazing when he showed up in WWF. Good memories. One more for the good guy. 63 is no age to pass away. It really is devastating. Triple H has put a tweet out. Sting would be emotional. Yeah, he would have spent a lot of time with him. So, graphic, and the crowd applaud him. Triple H says, I'm gutted. I've lost a brother. I love you, Scott. I will see you down the road. So that was an hour ago. Raise a chance by the crowd as Kevin Owens makes his way out. I loved Hall and Hennig in AWA back in the day. Rob said that was solid. That was way more than I was expecting. Look, Kevin Owens coming out shaking his head. Kevin Owens. I'd imagine backstage is, yeah, quite emotional, to be honest. Amazing video package. Mysterio will be tearing up. It was a nice package. It was very good. Very good. Cliff said, I was 12 when Razor debuted. He was really great. LSW said that was a great video package. Do you think Montez will be a world champion one day? I suppose never say never, but I mean, I can't see it in the short term. If it's going to happen, it might be a Kofi thing that's a bit more long term. Thank you, WWE, for getting something right. That was intense, says Marty B. I mean, it's completely overshadowed the stream, unfortunately, today, and this show. Yeah. They've turned that package around so quick. Yeah, and so in-depth. So in-depth. I wonder if parts of that package already existed. I wonder if that package sort of existed. I wonder. Just because they managed to pull it together so quickly. I wonder if, like, parts of that package are already from, like, a Razor documentary or an, you know, NWO documentary or a WCW documentary, or I wonder if they've been able to just quickly pull it from somewhere, because that is quick, man. I know they'll have lots of people that were working on it, if not, but still impressive. WrestleVotes on Twitter has put out an eyes emoji. Maybe Cody is coming tonight. Do you think Kofi deserves to be world champion? Yeah. Yeah, he put the service in. He'd done everything that was asked of him. He never really got an opportunity because the New Day came along and took 5-6 years of his career that he put into that. It was so organic the way that it came together as well. I don't think anyone would argue with Kofi Mania at all. So, yeah. Wrestlemania is the precedent. You do wonder if there are videos like that for some of the older guys, like maybe a Hogan video, says James. Some might have come from his Hall of Fame package. That is true. Yeah, maybe they had like that, a lot of that set up for that. Again, no shades. No shades. If it was like part from his Hall of Fame package, I mean, there's no shade there, is there? It's still a touching tribute, and, you know, his greatest moments are always going to be his greatest moments. Sam said 30 minutes left. Eye emoji. Eye emoji. The ladder match at SummerSlam was good too. What do you think of the main event? It kind of sucks, says Sean. Well, might not suck. Might not suck. Might be awesome. All roads lead to WrestleMania. And will there be another Rhodes? Michelle said, all of this happened because of a broken hip. It's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. But I think if you're... I mean, I don't know what kind of health he was in, his condition or anything. I mean, yeah, broken hip. Just never know, do you? Herbert said, most organizations and news outlets have these things on standby and they add an ending as needed for most public figures, says Herbert. Yeah. I applaud WWE for that one. I wasn't expecting it tonight, so fair play. I said at the start, like, don't hate on them if they don't get a video package out, because this news could have come through quite close to the show, and, you know, but I feel like they've, you know, done what they can there. Please do a toy hunt. Do a toy hunt. Please do a toy hunt, says Datu. I do need to do another one. Yeah, I do need to do another one. It's just hard to get out there, to be honest. We stream every day now, so it's like, it's so difficult to find the time to go. That is my challenge. James said, if Cody appeared, it would leave a sour taste in the mouth. Do it next week if you have to. With Scott's year-long alcohol abuse and drug addiction, the body was more prone to complications, says Peter. Falls in elderly people are critical, but it was the blood clot that caused all of the heart attacks, says Heather. Lister Jericho said these recaps are overkill. Zach said, I wonder if they're stalling to let people gather themselves backstage after that video package. Never finding his Hasbro as a kid peed me off, said Cliffmakers. Yeah, I've got his Hasbro somewhere, but I think I don't have the necklace. I don't have the necklace, but I do have his Hasbro. I did have the flipping necklace. But I think it got lost in transit when we moved over. When do you think you'll stop YouTube? Probably in about 45 minutes. About 45 minutes. Scott Hall broke his hip, had a loose blood clot, suffered 3 heart attacks yesterday at the surgery and passed. I was little more than a broken hip, said Justin. It's your boy Soul said, do you really think Cody will show up tonight? If I had to put money on it, I would say no. If he doesn't and Seth loses, who do you think Seth will face? Well, they will always find something for Seth. So, you know, they'll come up with a plan for him. They'll find someone for him. There's enough people they can turn to. So, you know, they'll always find someone. Worst case scenario, they could always just get Shane McMahon, couldn't they? Is it a match people want? Nope. Is it a match they could do? Sure. They could get Goldberg. Is it a match people want? Nope. Is it a match they could do? Sure. So they'll always find a way of getting him on. I watched an old WCW pay-per-view, 1998, The Outsiders against Steiner Brothers on WWE Network. R.I.P. Scott Hall. Hopefully Cody Rhodes returns tonight. Seth freaking Rollins is here, and we've got 24 minutes to go. 24 minutes to go. Hulk Hogan. Brandon has sent me a video of Hulk Hogan paying tribute to Scott Hall. Looks like is it his bar or his shop? In fact, they're just showing, look, on the TV in the background, they've got Raw on. They've got Raw on in the TV in the background. Hulk Hogan in Tampa right now. I haven't got time to sit and listen to that, but I have retweeted that out. So, Brandon, I appreciate that. There's you can hear Hulk Hogan talking about Scott Hall. I think Seth could face Corey Graves. Corey Graves? Via will show up and challenge, Seth says, Mo Money. Worst case scenario, Bad Bunny against Seth, as a couple more celebrities are planned. Are they? Oh my god. Can we have a celebrity day at WrestleMania and then I can just skip it? And that'd be great. That'd be great. So this, you know, first day celebrity day, second day the proper WrestleMania. There's 30 minutes left. That is going to be one long match, says Tyson. 100% John Cena. I still say that Seth loses. The match gets upset. Open challenge. Cody shows up. Can Hogan not find something better to watch? Says List of Jericho. WWE said Cody needs to sign a Raw contract before Seth versus Rhodes would happen. Seth against Johnny Wrestling would be awesome, said James Chadwick. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. That would be one for the wrestling fans out there. Seth against Johnny Gargano. That would be awesome. You're absolutely right. Right, we've got just over 20 minutes to go. We are at the main event. Wow. In other news, an anti-war protester interrupted a Russian TV news show. So there was a news show and anti-war protesters put banners up in the background of it. So that's interesting. That's one of the top stories on the BBC at the moment. I always get my info from BBC. Secret paper highlights corrupt Abramovich deals. Via will turn up at the end. What about Wyatt? He's not in WWE. Being at these live events, you're just waiting 15 minutes before every match, watching video packages or the wrestler dancing in the ring. Justin said, I remember 4 or 5 years ago, Scott Hall stopped at the restaurant that I work in at Maryland, got a steak for lunch, gave me and my brother autograph pictures and took a picture. He was a really nice guy. BBC website, lol. Sonny said, I saw that. The protester actually worked for the Russian news channel. How many commercials can they get in before this match? Josh said, how is Raw tonight? It's a little bit ungradable, to be honest, because of the Scott Hall news. It's overshadowed, rightfully so, everything. Byron just said nightmare and then went silent, almost like Vince was in his headphones saying STFU, says Tyler. Apparently Via wrestled right before Raw started. Storm Wolf 7 said Cody versus Seth is on internal documents. Do you know what's funny about this? There's people saying it's on internal documents and there's people saying it's not on internal documents. There is so much fake news doing the rounds at the moment. Honestly, if it ain't coming from an official source like Dave or Sean Ross Sapp, I wouldn't be buying it. I really wouldn't be buying it. I don't even waste my time reading anything that doesn't come from Dave or Sean Ross Sapp. Who is cuter, Via or Amos? Now that's the kind of question I like. Now we're talking. Who is cuter? Ooh, I'll go Via. I'll go Via. He's got a sick beard. Liv already been on. Yes. Best swerve would be if Cody's music played and Veer came out. I don't know what's going to happen with Seth if Cody doesn't show. WrestleVotes has called a lot of returns, says Chris. Yeah. They have also been wrong. So, I mean, WrestleVotes are a fairly reliable source, but they don't have a 100% batting rate. So, I mean, look, if they've heard something, I mean, like, what are they even teasing? They're teasing eyeball emoji. I'm falling asleep, said Jilly. If they've pitched this as a return of Cody and he actually shows up, please wipe the 29 years of the show or anything that has to do with this show out of my head. What will Cody's theme be? Cody Rhodes, da 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 da. Cody Rhodes, da 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 da. Cody Rhodes, da 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 da. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes, da 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 da. Cody Rhodes, da 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 da. Cody Rhodes, da 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 da. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes, da 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 da. Cody Rhodes, da 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 da. Cody Rhodes, da 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 da. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes, da 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 da. That will be it. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. Everyone's going to freak out and be like, this is sick, man. This hits different. Just like WWE 2K22, it just hits different. Yeah, I'm so excited. It's going to drop in a minute. Brandy's going to come out dressed like that shark from the Super Bowl. Doing this. In the entranceway. Oh my god, yes! We've got Seth back in the corner. Damn it, he knows the theme. Yeah. I think secretly we all knew that would be the theme. Strikes coming in by Seth. Seth facing Ciampa, Cena, Goldberg, Cody, Rock, or even a return in Elias. Where is Elias? Where is Elias? That's a really good point. Where is Elias? Is he like locked away in like Vince's love dungeon or something? Like what's happening? At least Veer gets to be coming soon. But there's nothing for Elias. WWE 2K22 has got a massive issue right now where universe mode crashes every time you play the mode. There's no 24/7 title segment. Wow, you know what that means? It means Cody's coming. There's no time. Although, maybe they had to drop it for the video package. Perhaps they looked at it and were like, we got to lose something. Maybe it was that. Elias is riding shotgun with Veer. James said, you should release your greatest hits of songs on streams. It's quite the album, isn't there, right now? Seth in control. 15 minutes to go. 15 minutes to go. Jay said, OMG, it's Cody. No. No, you've got confused. That's Byron Saxton that you've seen there. Elias is walking with Veer. Please, Cody. Please, Cody. Into the barricades. Cody's owns his theme. He used it in Impact, Ring of Honor, and AEW. There's been a strange man dumpster diving in my neighborhood recently, and I think that's Elias. That's Cody Rhodes. That is Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes doesn't have anything else to do right now, so he does love to go dumpster diving. Working on the leg of Seth. I think Seth loses this due to Cody interrupting, or maybe he just loses and then Cody returns. We are all waiting for Cody. I know. I don't even think he's going to be here. I don't think he's going to be here. I hope he is. I hope he is. I really hope he is. Cody is coming, says Jocko. Is Cody coming? Is he on the way? Raw doesn't have that many undercard guys to rotate around for a main event that's taped before Raw. They had Veer wrestle every week since December 6th. Cody is apparently at the arena right now. Cody is back, says Storm Wolf 7. They made this a main event for a reason, says Jocko. If Cody debuts, he should show up in Stardust face paint. Did you enjoy the Edge Lita live Rumpy Pumpy session? Oh yeah, who didn't? Fantastic. Kevin Owens picks up Seth, hurls him into the barricade. We've got a commercial break to go to. Sent on by Kevin Owens. What was Cody's last match? I'm not sure, to be honest. It'd be something as Stardust. It would be something as Stardust. Vince would make him Stardust. Cody will not turn up, and it will end. Seth wins and ends the show. I want to see Stardust 2.0. Stardust 2.0. Love it. Rumours are going around that Vince had WWE Championship plans for Elias, but they were scrapped. Good. Veer is always at the buffet table. Serious question. If Cody does debut, do you think he gets booed or cheered? Cheered. People booed him in AEW, and WWE fans hated him for being in AEW. Why would anyone cheer? Because it's significant. It's exciting. It's a moment that you're seeing live. I don't think people will look at Cody coming out and go, oh, I hate this guy. It will be like, oh my God, it's happening, and I'm here to see it. And that excitement of being there would mean that I think people's instant reaction would be to be like, just cheer out of, I'm watching history type thing. You know, this is something people are going to talk about. The excitement of the moment would result in them cheering. I mean, if he gets into the ring and cuts a promo, it'll instantly turn to boos, where he, like, you know, turns against the crowd. But if he shows any kind of affection for them, I think they would be on his side. So even though, you know, he wrestled for the competition and all of that, I think the fact that he's here and the fact that it's a moment and the fact that it's significant and just the sheer excitement of it would result in people cheering. Emily said, I did not just watch Raw for nothing. What if Cody is not alone? What? He's got Linda. What do you mean? Linda McMahon. And they're having a bit of a kiss and a cuddle. I mean, that'd be great. I'd love that. Sign me up for that. Or Beyonce. Who else is an American nightmare that he could partner up with? Miley Cyrus. Done. She's an American nightmare. Lindsay Lohan. She's an American nightmare. Lindsay Lohan is going to come out with Lindsay Lohan and Miley Cyrus. All American nightmares. It's going to be a new faction. The American Nightmares. Cody has said he's not at Raw. Oh, well, that's that settled then. That's that done. Guys, we've got breaking news. Cody has said he's not at Raw. He's not at Raw. Oh, well, we might as well turn this off. Might as well pop this off. I think, should we start doing the scores now? Cody has said he's not at War. At War? He's not at War? He's not at War? Wish he was. Charlie Sheen. Yes, he's an American nightmare. Where is Alexa Bliss? Don't know. Hide him. Scared. Kim Kardashian. Yep. That's definitely a nightmare. Kanye West versus Pete Davidson. Biggest nightmare is Paris Hilton. Is it really? Is Paris Hilton the biggest nightmare? I feel like she might have been the biggest nightmare in like 2003. But is she like the biggest nightmare in 2022? Is she? Lady Gaga. Is she a nightmare? I must say, some of these are quite surprising. He's not at War. Maybe he is. How do you know? Maybe he is. WrestleMania logo being shown. We've got 8 minutes to go. Suma, shout out to you. Steve-O is a nightmare. Hello, Bugster Story Productions. Suma, I'm well. Hope you are well. Justin Bieber is the biggest nightmare, but not American. Can't have Bieber. Can't have him. There's not enough time for Cody. Well, he could just walk out and have a little wave. Couldn't he? Couldn't he just walk out and go, just so you know, I'm here now. Do you want a match at Mania? Alright then. I'll see you there. Alright, bye everyone. You only need like 20 seconds to do that. Catwoman has started on Sky. Now she is an American nightmare. Catwoman. Damn it. Goddamn Catwoman. Jake Paul, he's an American nightmare, but I don't want to see him in WWE. Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper is the American nightmare, you're right. Joe Exotic. Oh my god. I hope all of these come out with Cody. If Cody comes out on his own right now, I am going to be so disappointed. I want him to come out with Paris Hilton, Joe Exotic, Alice Cooper. I mean, like, this is brilliant. Jennifer said, wouldn't Brandy be the biggest nightmare? She would for us. Good call, Jennifer. Good call. I think she's the wrestling fans' biggest nightmare. So, yeah. Good call. If Cody doesn't show up tonight, this show will have been the American Nightmare. Seth is trying to will himself to get back up to his feet. One of these men isn't going to Dallas, says Corey Graves. Strikes coming in by Seth. Chop coming in by Seth. Got 6 minutes to go. Hard work's pay off. Dreams come true. Bad times don't last, but bad guys do. Nicole Richie. I feel like a lot of you have been, like, watching The Simple Life. Into the corner goes Kevin Owens and Seth Rollins to the outside. Strike by Seth Rollins. Knee strike. Flying knee by Seth Rollins. You better leave Brandy alone, you haters, says LaTonya. It's obvious that Kevin Owens is going to win. Jared said, here comes Cody. Every time you say nightmare, my cat meows. It's his name. Your cat is the biggest American nightmare. Into the ring goes Owens. He rolls out the other side, though. Most of us are simps, says Jimmy. Colonel Sanders is the American Nightmare. Over the announce table goes Kevin Owens. Days, you guys have Boris Johnson, so let's not throw shade on American nightmares, says Justin. You should bring back slam attacks one time, says Xavier. Imagine Seth versus Roman versus Brock, says Amin. Seth in the ring. 8, 9, and Kevin Owens gets back in. Super kick. Owens goes down. Seth Rollins going up top. Feels like we're getting to the business end here. Points at the sign. Big splash. 1, 2. Oh. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. That was a big opportunity. It's going to be Jericho that's going to come in. What football team do you support? I support Man United. But we do watch a lot of other teams, and we cover it a lot on the Football Days channel. It's good. We had a good stream earlier, actually. A very interesting Crystal Palace Man City game. 0-0. Doors wide open for Liverpool. I need this, Kevin, says Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins said he needs this. As he goes up top with Kevin Owens. He's going to look for a suplex. Do you think it's possible they've changed plans for Cody because of the passing of Scott Hall? Sure. I mean, I would imagine, though, that if they do have him, they would probably want to pull the trigger. 1, 2. Oh, my God. Shoulder up, man. Shoulder up. 2 words, Days. Boris Johnson. They might not go over the time they used to do that with returns. Tony Storm asked for her release, and WWE did release her. Owens up top. Oh, knees up by Seth. There's no way Cody shows up, says Brent. My stomach hurts from being so anxious and nervous. No, Cody, time for people to start crying, says Tommy. This is awesome. Is the champ from the crowd. Owens back in the corner. Kick to the midsection, looking for a stunner. Doesn't get it, gets thrown over. Rolled up. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Kick out by Kevin Owens. Kick out by Kevin Owens. Seth is arguing. Seth is arguing with the referee. Seth looking for a curb. Kick to the midsection. Stunner! Kevin Owens, 1, 2, 3. Owens wins the main event. Owens has won the main event of Raw. And so that means that he will still interview Stone Cold. And there we go. Seth Rollins' plans for WrestleMania are still unknown. So it is going to be him against Stone Cold. Seth looking up at that WrestleMania sign. Heartbroken. Dejected. The plan that he had to sabotage Kevin Owens' KO show has gone up in flames. Seth staring at the WrestleMania sign. And it goes to black. No Cody. No Cody. Unless he's coming out now and we just can't see it. Hey, has Goldust returned? Next week it's got to be LMAO. Oh, damn, man. Damn. What do you score? Let me know your score for Raw. Oh, I don't know how good this score's going to be. I stayed up for no Cody. Hey, guys, do you remember when WrestleVotes tweeted out that eye emoji? Do you remember? Guys? Do you remember? Guys, do you remember? Guys, do you remember? Guys? Can we confirm that WrestleVotes now are definitely got contacts, but eyeball emoji. They didn't even put it in. They typed it. Yeah. And they put spaces in between. Eyeball emoji. What is this, WrestleVotes? What is this? What was your eyeball emoji? Perhaps they were excited that Carmella was going to jump in Corey Graves' lap to avoid Rhea Ripley. Eyeball emoji. 4.5. 5.5. 1, 0. Oh, these scores are being decimated. 5 out of 10 just for the Scott Hall tributes. The amount of people voting low only because they were expecting Cody is lame. Dysfunction said, got to wait another week now for a late return unless Seth really doesn't have a match. No one really thought that was a 2. I'll tell you what, Days, it's an eyeball emoji. Listen, you can't blame WWE for not giving you something they never promised they were going to give you in the first place. This is the worst Raw ever. I'm never watching Raw again. Well done, WWE. You've produced the worst Raw ever. Can I tell you, there is a really interesting segment here. Nando has sent this. This is Kevin Owens watching a recap that was on the show tonight, saying, why are you showing this? It just happened. So Kevin Owens is in the ring when we're watching a recap, saying, why are you showing this? This has literally just happened. 4.5 says J14. WWE never promised or promoted anything. 3 out of 10, 6 out of 10, 0 out of 10, 6 out of 10. Raw was good. People are crying over Cody. 3. I really enjoyed the show, says Damien. I genuinely think this is a real hard one, a real difficult one to score. I really do think that this is a tricky one because I think the Scott Hall news just absolutely eclipsed everything. And yeah, all right, people were hoping for Cody. I'm not going to mark it down for us not having Cody because my gut feeling was that we wouldn't get him here just because I could see it. I could see the screen fade into black and people being disappointed. If you've watched WWE long enough, you've just kind of lived to expect that. You expect that kind of worst case scenario. If you got it, brilliant. But if you didn't, then at least you weren't too disappointed. And I must admit, I did wonder when they set that up as the main event. I did wonder. But Cody has just tweeted, has he? What's Cody say? What's Cody say? I bet he's been trending and everything. Cody Rhodes says... Oh, has he? No. Unless it was a reply to something. I haven't got any tweets from Cody. The only tweet from Cody is a little retweet of the Go Big Show 4 days ago. No question that Scott Hall news is the only talking point. Nothing else in the 3 hours was worth caring about. Philip said, let's say Cody doesn't return. Who do you see Seth having a match with? Honestly, could be anyone. Goldberg, Shane McMahon. It could be anyone. They could get Bron Breakker, Tommaso Ciampa. There's lots of people that it could be. To tell the truth, I don't care if Cody was coming or not. The Scott Hall tribute was a great part of the show. Seth might come out at Mania angry, demanding an opponent, and then Cody comes out. Let's say Cody doesn't... Oh, we answered that one. Is it true Stone Cold said no to a match at Mania? I don't know if he said no to the match, but I know a match was certainly proposed and it was in the workings. Now it is a KO show. It's advertised as a KO show. So it's a KO show that we're getting. There's next week Cody will return. I'm officially reporting this. Who's Seth facing? Are we still getting Cody at Mania? This is the question. I mean, no one knows the answer. Not even WrestleVotes with all of their eyeball emojis. It's definitely one that's going to upset a fair few people. But as I said, for me, it's fine. I wasn't sure that we were going to get it. I'm not going to unfairly judge the show on it. Corey, after the main event, said his dreams were dashed. This must be a nightmare. Short seems like Vince handed him that line, said Jonah. Jamie, good night to you, dude. Good night to you. I can tell you right now, I think for the first time, maybe ever, 575 or below is winning when it comes to this show. 575 or below is winning. Zoom Station said Vince changed the booking due to Scott Hall. Jose said Cody isn't coming, but Veer is. Austin, hello. I hope you are well. Don't feel like I've spoke to Austin in a long time. Austin, hello, hello, hello. Sonny said, have you watched Zelensky's old TV show, Servant of the People? It's pretty good and funny. I haven't. No, I haven't. Megan said, if no Cody or Veer at WrestleMania, then we riot. I think Kevin Owens' show will be on the first night, and Seth will fight KO on the second night. I would like to see them do that, actually. I would like to see them do night one having repercussions for night two. I don't believe we've seen that yet, have we? where night 1 has had repercussions for night 2. Someone tells me that last year we might have had a tag, women's tag, that, you know, they battled on night 1 and then they got the opportunity night 2. So maybe we have. But I would like to see that anyway, yeah. I'd like to see night 1 being connected to night 2. They should have done Kevin Owens against Rollins night 1. Winner hosts Stone Cold night 2, said Davids. It's on YouTube. It's got English subtitles, and I'll share it with you. Thank you. Cody would never show up and disrespect Scott Hall's death. In my opinion, I think they save Cody for the night after Mania. This is normally the night we get big returns or a debut, said Philip. Dort Knight said Raw pales into insignificance tonight. A wrestling legend passed away. Nothing else matters. Primo said, if Cody debuted, do you think AEW chants start ringing to the point Kevin Dunn plays with audio and ruins the general reaction? I honestly don't know. There will be fans of both. Seeing Cody might make people think of AEW. That's normal and natural. But equally, they were the opposition. I mean, were WWE fans chanting WCW? I certainly can't remember it happening on a regular basis. So, I don't know. I don't know that we would get AEW chants. I could see someone trying to start it, a few joining in, but I don't know if they would catch on. Because that's the competition. Apparently, Graves said, Dreams Art Dash, this must be a nightmare. Is he teasing still? I wouldn't read into it. I really wouldn't read into it. All of these little things, all these little teases, you know. I mean, look, they put Kevin Owens and Seth in the main event tonight, and that was either they had plans to debut Cody and they backed out because of Scott Hall, or there's no denying that was a tease. Seth and Kevin being in the main event and and them being in Jacksonville and everyone wondering if Cody was going to show up. There's no denying that's a tease, and it's designed to get you to stick around to the end. If Corey is going to say these kind of lines, you know, every time the word nightmare gets mentioned now, it's going to be people reading into it and all this kind of stuff. Has he been fed that line? Sure, maybe he has, but it does nothing to change my opinion on anything, to be honest. Like, oh, okay, well, this now definitely means next week is coming because Corey Graves said the word nightmare. Come on, guys, let's not go down those roads. This could be nothing more than him just saying it. Or it could be that WWE want you to think that to get you to tune in again next week. And then we go through the whole palaver next week. And then we get everyone being disappointed next week. And we just keep running in this flipping vicious circle. Aiden said, Cody return April 4th, 2022. Via Mahan debut will be April 11th. Right, I'm going to say this was a 5. I mean, for me, I think it's a really hard show to score. I don't really think there was much significant here. I think the main event, I agree, was a little silly. You know, 2 people having a match to see who's going to host Stone Cold when, you know, Stone Cold's got the issue with Kevin Owens. I agree with Kevin Owens. Why are we even doing that match? Why have they booked that match? Why did Sonya think it was a good idea when Stone Cold is coming back? I mean, Stone Cold could turn around. Not that he would. He wouldn't refuse to be at WrestleMania because Seth was the host, but that's not who he's got the issue with. So I agree. It was a bit silly. And then on the rest of the show, I just don't remember anything of significance really happening, apart from maybe Bianca getting beaten up. Rest of the show kind of came and went, and it was just seemingly fine. There was nothing really there. Nothing really there at all. I'm not marking that a 5 because of Cody. I'm just giving you my genuine thought on the show. I just thought the show really lacked any kind of talking point, but very difficult, and we don't know what was changed because of Scott Hall. Scott Hall overshadowed the first at least hour, and then once we'd kind of accepted and got our head around it, then we could start to watch the show. There was nothing really of note, as I said. So for me, I think a 5 is about fair. This to me is a bit bland, a little bit bland. So I can understand why people are being dare I say harsh. I don't know if people are being harsh or because of it being Cody, or if people just feel that same way, or maybe it's a mixture of both. But right now, 8 to 10 is 14%, 7 to 7.5 is 19%, 6 to 6.75 is 21%, 5.75 or below is 46%. That's where we are so far. That is where we are so far. Watching Raw is great to watch if you're constipated, says Mike. Well, we know they weren't planning on doing a tribute to Scott Hall, but that got added, said Zoom Station. Tell the truth. It was bad, says Henry. Dude, all I do is tell the truth. All I do is tell the truth, and honestly, a lot of the time, that upsets people. So, the one thing you'll get out of me is honesty. I mean, there was no segments that were like Bobby Lashley's sisters. There was no segments that were... I mean, trust me, I've seen worse Raws than this. I've seen way worse Raws than this. So, for me, it was just bland. It was just bland. There was nothing really of significance. But I did like Bianca getting beaten up. I thought the Becky beating up Bianca moment was done quite well. Crowd was a bit flat on it, though, in all fairness. Crowd were a bit flat on it. I mean, Kevin Owens against Seth is still a decent main event. It's just the story behind it was a bit meh. So, Rotem said, this show sucked. Why do you think Veer hasn't shown up yet? Do you think Creative have got nothing for him? I don't think they've really got anything for him, and I think he's actually getting more over not being on the show. I think, they see him trending, they see people talking about him, and I think they've stumbled on something that is quite interesting in just hyping him up like this way. So I think they're quite happy just doing what they're doing. Helicard, shout out to you. Are you enjoying Raw over SmackDown currently? I think I just take it week at a time. I don't think I could say consistently that one show is better than another, to be honest, at the moment. Where is Miss Bliss? Well, last we heard, apparently they don't have any plans for Alexa. Bryce said, I give it an 8. No Alexa and no Cody. Why do you think... Yeah, we answered that one. House Show Loop has got Seth in three-way matches. Don't be surprised if he gets added to Damian Priest's match. It's interesting. We've had a lot of votes here this week. Because of the Cody thing, I feel like this has actually grabbed people's interest a little bit more than usual. So I definitely think this is one that people are, tuned in with. I think Cody is a needle mover. I think they will get some all-right ratings from this Raw. They documented Alexa's return to Raw weekly for over a month, and then she didn't return. What's up with that? Rob said, I was looking forward to the debut of Freakin' Speaking, yes. Retro C said, Via is stuck in IKEA. That could be a whole new game we play where we put wrestlers in shops that they rhyme with. Via in IKEA is good. I don't know if anyone rhymes with Bed Bath & Beyond, but or Walmart. Does anyone rhyme with Walmart? No. One of the worst Raws I've seen. The only good thing was Becky attacking Bianca, says David, and the Razor Ramon video package was very, very good. I'll give him that as well. And I thought Edge wasn't bad. His new music and everything. I thought that segment was all right. I'm not trying to change anyone's mind. If you think this is a rubbish show, fine. I'm just saying I think there was a few things on it. But across 3 hours, but we say this every week. Get this thing down to 2 hours and you've got a more palatable show. Dort Knight said, I know you're not a fan, Days, but Spider-Man is now available to download digitally. I'll wait for it to hit Netflix. I ain't spending money on it. But that's quick, isn't it? That's come swinging into stores very quickly. Bret Hart in Walmart. Ah, well done. Well done. I feel like this is going to be a great new game. Bret Hart in Walmart. Do you know what I just saw? Bret Hart in Walmart. And then I saw Veer in IKEA. Well done. Well done, Connor. Bret Hart in Walmart. Mo Money said 475. I only watched because of Days and Return of Cody. Maybe he shows up on NXT 2.0. Says Mo Money. Mo Money, shout out to you. As soon as we get to 700, we will end the poll. We are 4 votes away. 4 votes away. Congrats to Veer. He has the new record for coming to Raw. It's been 5 months straight. Aiden said, who's your prediction? Ronda Rousey or Charlotte Flair? Ronda Rousey. Rowdy Ronda Rousey. Apparently she's around for quite a bit over the next 12 months, so... why would Spider-Man ever be on Netflix? I don't know. Isn't that where movies go? I suppose, would it... I don't know who makes it. Is it Disney? Does it go to Disney Plus? Cody will debut April 1st on SmackDown. What if Seth hosts Mania and Jon Stewart comes on, says Sonny. Do you think once Brock is gone, SmackDown will continue to draw 2 million? Yeah. It did before Brock was around, so I can't see why it won't when Brock's not around. Chad Gable in Staples. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. Ronda in a Honda. Ronda in a Honda. I feel like we've stumbled across this game a bit too early. Do you know what I mean? I feel a bit too late. I feel like this is one we need to explore. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow during our NXT stream we'll explore Ronda in a Honda. Spider-Man isn't Disney. It would end up on Netflix, says Dort Knight. Oh, wow, wherever it ends up, eh? Wherever it ends up. Netflix no longer gets many movies. They're focused now on original content, says Corvids. Frostsev said, what if Seth gets added to Winner Takes All? Honda Rousey. Rowdy Honda Rousey. Delwyn said it was decent Raw 6.5. Well, that would put you in the 20% bracket. 44% said 575 or below. 6 to 675 said 20%. 7 to 775 said 18%. 8 to 10 said 16%. John Morrison in a Morrison's. Hardy in a Hardy's. Right, we're done. Anyway, awesome, guys. Really appreciate the support. Obviously, a real shame that this didn't go the way that people wanted. People wanted Cody Rhodes and were expecting and hoping to see Cody Rhodes, and it didn't play out that way. But all hope is not lost. They might have something else lined up for him. It might be a case that they just postponed it because of Scott Hall. It might be a case that they... have got something lined up for next week. You know, Seth explored the opportunity to have a match against Kevin and get Kevin's talk show segment. That's backfired. So what does Seth do next week? What does he do next week? He's still got to get onto WrestleMania. So, you know, he's tried something. It's not worked. He's right back where he was at the start of the show. You know, I think this would be worse if Cody had if Seth had got a different opponent. So say the music hit and outwalked Gable Steveson, then you could be sitting here going no Cody. But we still don't know what Seth's going to do. So there is always next week. I'm just saying don't necessarily pin your hat on it, that's all. Don't pin your hat on it, but we'll wait and see. I've still got there's a still glimmer of hope in there, so. Awesome, guys. Appreciate the support. Thanks a lot for watching. We are back tomorrow with Manchester United against Atletico Madrid in the Champions League. That's on football days, and it's massive. 1-1 after the first game. Can United get through? And then we are back with we've got Wrestling Escape Pod, and we are back with NXT as well. Miz TV tomorrow. So awesome, guys. Thanks a lot for watching. Really appreciate the support, and I will see you again next time. Bye for now.